Hello, everybody. Happy Friday to all. Thanks so much for joining. My name is Todd. This is another reaction stream. We're doing live via Twitch. If you want to watch it live, you can certainly join twitch.tv/Todd Reacts. That's it. I was looking for that URL. I couldn't think of it. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful week. If you're working all week and you didn't have a holiday break like I did, I hope you made it through. And if you're studying for exams or in school or whatever, I hope it went well. Or if you've been studying, I hope it eventually goes well. Hopefully it pays off, right? But yeah, it is Friday. We got some amazing user requested videos here, member requested videos, specifically toddreacts.com. Looking forward to it. We have 2 Dimension 20 videos we're going to start off with. And then we're going to go to a Jujutsu Kaisen video, specifically a pair from there. And then we're going to head into SKZ, Stray Kids, Code, episode 1. We're going to watch the episode. And then ZeeNunew. We have a ZeeNunew video to end the day, so it should be a nice way to start the weekend, hopefully on an uptick there. And I hope you're all looking forward to it. I know I am. Let's go ahead and run through some rigmarole real quick. If you would like to request your own videos to be on stream, you can certainly do so. ToddReacts.com. The season and series tiers are how you do so. While you're there, go ahead and check out the winter collection of merch available right now. It is starting to get cold where I'm at. It was warm throughout this entire time, even with the, start of the winter collection and everything. In a lot of areas, it did start to get cold, but it took a while for us, and we are finally there. It is frigid outside. I had the car blasting heat and everything. Like, it is, we're there. But just a heads up on that. Winter collection, 15% off for members of the website. Ships worldwide. Quality is guaranteed on every purchase. Lots of great items here. I've been wearing the bomber jacket a lot into work because it's pretty cold in the morning, so it definitely helps keep me warm. I'm obviously wearing the signature hoodie as we speak. There you can see it. It comes in a variety of colors, sizes as well. If you're ever wondering about a size of something, just hit the size guide. You have inches, you have centimeters. That'll help you. Some of the, because these are different manufacturers, some of the sizing is a little different on everything. So I would definitely advise to check the size guide before you purchase or anything like that, just to make sure. And obviously it comes in a array of colors here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Also, while you're there, check out the accessories. Those typically stick around, and I just add new ones every time. The rocks glass is in front of me. This is an energy drink. It is radioactive yellow. It doesn't use a food coloring agent that the U.S. somehow allows, but it is a ridiculous color for what the flavor is. The flavor is literally frozen berry, and it's blue, so it's like blueberry, So you would think it would be blue or just clear, but no, it's a radioactive yellow. Makes no sense. I guess they assume people just won't take it out of the can, maybe. But that's the rocks glass. Obviously the pint glass, it's a Friday, we got it filled. And the insulated tumbler, as you see in every stream, I always have it next to me. Keeps cold drinks cold for 9 hours, I want to say. Can't remember here. Hold on a second. I think it's 9 hours, and keeps hot drinks hot for up to 3 hours. So, little inside baseball there, as well as this is the iPhone case. Bunch of different iPhones available, sizes and whatnot. So check that out. The water bottle I have in the kitchen. Unfortunately, I don't have it next to me. But I've definitely posted photos of it in the Discord and whatnot. And I do take it to work pretty much all the time. So check those out. Ships worldwide. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. It is right there. There it is. I'm going to pause for like 2 seconds here. You can hit it. Do you need to sign up for an account? Please sign up for an account. It's easy. It's free. It's available 24/7. Sign-ups are available. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost you anything, and it's a nice way to support the channel. Doesn't mean anything monetarily for me, but it is a nice boost for the community and just kind of grow the channel in a general sense. I would appreciate it greatly. If you've already hit it, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Glad you're here for the journey. But yeah, definitely go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And we have so many videos on there. If you're unaware of there's over 1,000 videos on that YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitch, or maybe you're just new to the YouTube channel, you have a lot of content to catch up on. A ton of content. It's very much like we're in season 85 and we have 100 episodes. We have 100 episodes a season. I know that math doesn't work out. I'm just making a ridiculous point. There's a lot of content to catch up on, and I wish you well. We'll see you back here every Monday, Friday. But between then, you got a lot of content you can watch. But yeah, subscribe today. I appreciate it thoroughly. And last but certainly not least, go ahead and join the Discord. As you can see at the top there, it does give you a link to the Twitch and tells you when I'm live, which is super nice. It does that for every live stream, so you don't have to go hunting for a link or whatever. You can just pop open the Discord. It'll even give you a nice little notification if you have notifications on. Super easy. It's basically like a one-stop shop, honestly. I did not forget. I did not forget. Introduce yourself in the Introduce Yourself channel. Request a channel if you want to see a channel for something you're interested in and you don't see it, and maybe other people will be interested in it too. Go ahead and request it, and we'll make it for you. It'll be part of the Discord. There you go. You can literally create a channel on the Discord just by requesting it. And don't feel like you're annoying anybody or anything like that. Just request it. General lobby is just, general talk of pretty much everybody involved. And I think we're up to, 172 members currently in the Discord. We are closing in on 200. Isn't that awesome? Super cool. It's free. It's available. The link's everywhere. It's down below in the YouTube description. It's on the website. It's on the Twitch profile. It's literally everywhere. So if you'd like to join the discussion and all this good stuff in the community, it'd be awesome if you did. Updates from Todd. That's if I'm running late, which currently I literally am running late. And I let people know. Eventually, when I realized I was running late, I was just like, wait a minute, something's supposed to happen right now. And I looked at my phone because I was, off picking my car up from a shop, which is never a fun experience. I don't know if you've done that before, but yeah, I looked at my phone. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's amazing. But I let everybody know via that. And obviously, if you see the fandoms, there's a ton of them listed. Go ahead and check those out. I'll just scroll through really quick. Obviously, you can pause the video if this is on YouTube. But yeah, join today. You don't have to feel any pressure to, join into the conversations or anything like that off the bat. Just take a look around. If you like what you see, stick around. If you don't, that's okay too. That's okay too. No harm, no foul. But you're all welcome, of course. Alrighty. So I celebrated Thanksgiving yesterday, which is a U.S. holiday. It was a lot of fun. Lots of food. That's generally the theme of it. Thanksgiving, you're giving thanks, you're thankful, you're grateful, etc. And you just kind of go around the table, or at least some people do this. You go around the table and you say what you're thankful for. And you just eat a ton of food, whether it's throughout the day or just at night, whatever. It is a lot. It's kind of funny that it's thankful, but it's also very gluttonous at the same time. And I guess turkey kind of makes you a little more tired, or even if turkey doesn't make you a little more tired, the amount that you're eating will make you pass out like immediately afterwards. It's kind of nice. I enjoy it. It's a nice way to remind people to pause, take a pause, be thankful for something, be humble, etc. Gather with loved ones, etc. It's just a nice, it's a nice, it's a nice reprieve. It's a nice moment to just take a step back and kind of, reassess what's going on. Who do you have around you? Who do you want to invite to this? Like, it's very, very interesting. And I know it's known as like, or at least in some people's households, it's not a good situation, or it's not a great situation. It can lead to like arguments and fighting, and usually because people aren't spending that much time around their extended family, or maybe their actual family, immediate family. Or maybe there's some friends you don't want to see that are invited or whatever. It can get kind of negative. But I don't know. I've always taken it as very much like, these are moments that you should be grateful for, and there's no reason at all to fight. I think we can all go like, I was here wait, what? I'm not seeing the same thing as you guys. What's happening? Anyway, yes, it's just one of those moments where you can take a step back, enjoy yourself, those around you, etc. It was very nice. It was very nice. Although cooking a turkey was quite an ordeal. I don't know if you've ever done that before, especially if you really try to do it up. I was watching that Gordon Ramsay turkey recipe or whatever, where he's like stuffing, and literally I was doing this too, stuffing butter and olive oil and parsley and garlic, minced garlic, all into like the skin of the turkey, and injecting the thighs and whatnot, just trying to like make it somehow less dry. Because I don't know if you know this, I'm sure you do, turkey is one of the driest meats you could ever have. It is just, you need like a glass of water next to you or something, or like dip it in it and just re-moisten it. But it's usually so dry. Especially if you overcook it, which you definitely don't want to. But yeah, it was a good time. My NFL, American football team won, which is rare. They usually lose. It's about 50-50 at this point, but they've been winning the past couple of years. So honestly, for most of my childhood, it was us losing the game and then us trying to collect ourselves to enjoy the moment, enjoy the meal. But yes, it was a good time. Very good time. It kind of reminds me, I saw a post on social media where it was very much like, a 90s flashback, or like an early 2000s flashback of what this holiday was, and certainly Black Friday. Oh my gosh. If you have no idea what US Black Friday is, you've got to YouTube some videos for it. It is unbelievable what it used to be. So it used to be the day after Thanksgiving, kicking off the Christmas season, the holiday season, whatever. People would go out to department stores and they would just have crazy deals. Like, we're talking televisions for 80% off. Like, you could just walk out with a cheap television, flat screen, big screen, whatever. Everything was priced to just leave the store, basically. So people took that very seriously. And they were lining up at the store at midnight. So they would all open up at midnight, or some would even Urban Combat, indeed. Some would open up a little bit before midnight as well, like 11 or something. So people would just go to the store after dinner, which seems really crazy when you think about it in 2024. But people would do that. They would line up at the store. The lines were huge. They had the stores all decorated. And at midnight, they would open the doors, or if they were automatic doors, they'd turn them on or whatever, and they would kick open. I swear, you have got to look up some of this footage. It is crazy. Like, the first row of people were getting stampeded, like pushed over. People were like fighting over TV boxes and like punching people. It was insane. Over like televisions and God knows what, blenders. Just the most insane stuff you've ever seen in your life. Like consumerism on high, like 11. Like it was brutal. Oh my gosh. It was one of those things where I was like, boy, I haven't seen that in a while. I guess that's not really a thing with online shopping and Cyber Monday and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was so bad. Like people are getting stepped on. Like I literally mean stepped on, like pushed over. Like you never wanted to be that first person in line because maybe you get a television, maybe you get pushed over and people are just running over your body. Like it just, woo, it was bad. It was really, really dangerous. People are getting hit in line. Like I think I remember hearing about somebody being stabbed while waiting in line because they were cutting or something like that. Like not great. Not a great situation. And it was really ugly, honestly. You know, you have this really beautiful moment of families coming together and being thankful, and then you go line up and beat the crap out of each other. Like, what is that? The dichotomy of life is what that was. Urban combat indeed, Rocco Kitty. Oh my gosh. But yeah, seeing those photos and some of those videos just kind of brought back so many memories. If you've ever seen the movie Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad, I think it was, looking for the Turbo Man doll, very similar. You know, people punching each other, pushing each other, you know, running into the store, running towards the TV section. Like, what the hell? It's crazy. Fights giving, indeed. Oh, gosh. Part of me kind of misses it, and part of me is just like, you know what? It's probably better that we don't do that anymore. I never did it. I just, you know, watched. Because they would have news crews, like, covering this event and stuff. Like, it was crazy. Just absolutely crazy. I'm realizing now I probably should have done a tier list for Thanksgiving meals, or food, at least. That would have been interesting. Maybe I'll do that next year. But, yeah, very interesting holiday. Most people get the day of and the day after off, so I haven't worked in the past 2 days. It's been great. I've enjoyed it. Nice little 4-day weekend. Yeah, I hope you all had a wonderful week, however you spent it. And yeah, let's go ahead and check out some videos, shall we? Let's get going. Alrighty, let's bring up the first one. It is Dimension 20, Brennan Foley breaking the Intrepid Heroes for 12 minutes. Obviously breaking meaning breaking up, cracking up, laughing, in other terms. Let's go ahead and make this a little larger because I don't think we need closed captioning for this. It's probably just going to be a bunch of laughing, honestly. All right, here we go. Unfortunately, where I work, we are open year-round. Just happened to be my day off. Well, that's good. I'm glad you had the day off. All right, here we go.
All right, everyone, gather round. As I believe that Captain James Whitlock is on his way to where he thinks I am, which is the Gold Gardens. We're going to get the drop on him. We're going to sneak up and jump on him and his crew and murder all of them.
See that Alistair says, all right, look, Captain James Whitlock has sworn that he will kill every last follower of Old Bill in Leviathan. He said the streets would run red with our blood and that it would be an end to all of us. Now, is the story somewhat different than we had anticipated? Yes. Has this been very sad for all of us to hear? Absolutely it has.
What?
But I do not believe that Old Bill would have deserted us after all that we have given to him. Nearly 350,000 gold pieces across the cult.
300, what?
Yes, 350,000 across the cult.
That's oh, Papa.
Now, I say,
Papa.
if we have his back, then Old Bill will have our back. And he said all the warlocks cheer and are ready to rush out into the street with you.
Great. All right, everyone, follow me. We're gonna jump on him and then we're gonna murder him.
R.I.P. Fabian.
Yeah, wait, what do we do?
We don't know. We don't know.
Everyone else
Morgan is fully asleep.
Also, my persuasion check was for Creaky to give a better speech than I could. That's what I rolled for.
That's what you rolled for. You were convincing Alistair to give that speech. Incredible.
Jesus.
Cool. So, all these worlds. See, right before you get to the door, you see that Chungle Down goes, "What do we wear in our robes or no robes? Which do you prefer, robes or no?"
No robes!
The robes all come off, so it's just a bunch of pirates.
Are they naked? What do you mean?
No, they just have robes over their pirate clothes.
Just naked with pasta on his body.
Hugh,
That's right, a proper crew.
How
proper
far
crew.
away do you want James and his crew to be before you charge out into the street?
He's broken.
You know how you're about to die?
Go get anyone.
Lou has fully fucking lost.
This is me.
You did this as a bit and now you're stuck.
No, this is not a bit. I'm fully in character. This is what I believe Fabian
Don't
would
these
do.
warlocks suck? Like, Fabian does think that he rules though.
Yeah.
This is all deeply in character.
Oh man! All right. Here's another one of the ballistas.
Popping out of trap doors, 2 more Yorbies appear.
Are you kidding?
They have a ready action. They fire at Gorgug. The first guy gets doubled. They fire at
Why? Why didn't you come out earlier? Why did you wait till now?
One guy, I swear to God, I just rolled 2 nat ones for. His crossbow backfires and shoots him in the eye. The other guy hits you for 8 points of damage, halved to 4.
This is like, Can I hit it?
Yeah.
I pull up
I flick the.
Lou, are you okay?
They're so tactical and so late. So tactical.
And so, you're crying. You're literally crying.
They're just like so professional.
They showed up
Just
after the
like,
battle.
So cold and serious. Like 10 minutes after the fight is lost, you'd be like,
And then one guy dies. Playing tricks.
stop! Put it in a little trapdoor. Stop.
Okay, that is your turn, Riz.
Okay.
This guy's got 3/4 cover.
I think Riz was hiding.
We will free the Night Orb!
I just have to go after that dude because I love him. Even though I know the ballista is.
I don't think I've ever done anything that made you laugh as much in years of playing this game.
So got his number. They're so tactical.
So tactical, so late.
That's the t-shirt, so tactical, so late.
25 damage.
He's gone, man. He's fucking gone. You shoot him in the head and he collapses in his little hole. He's gone.
the bardic inspiration.
Oh. And then she's gonna roll.
At that point, just hide.
But I did tell her to start a band or a podcast.
As she smiles at you, Fig, you're immune to fire. So it's very rare for you to get hot.
Oh.
Are you gonna hook up with Kalina?
But you see as Cassandra smiles at you, she looks out and says, time for a little bit of mystery. Reaches down and you can feel sweat on your face and your stomach suddenly gurgles. And you see this fire elemental
Did you guys hear that?
runs over to you and hands a plate of shrimp and goes, shrimp?
You just summoned shrimp?
Fig, what are you doing?
Fig!
Fig, what
Keep
the?
your
What
eye
the
on
hell?
the
Fig!
Shrimp? Shrimp?
I ate the shrimp. What?
Fig, who is that?
As
Are they
you-
even
Fig, what are you
deveined?
doing?
This is Emily's tactical
Have they
Yorbies.
been deveined?
As you
And all of you watch in this moment.
So
I wanna be
tactical,
clear.
too early.
Kristen, you have healed your goddess. Adion, you have
Little
freaking,
celebratory
you know
shrimp.
how to hurt these things. Fabian and Gorgug are lancing blows. You have won the day. You have won the day. And Fig fucking gave the counter spell that prevented us from having in the first place. As you go, you reach a little too hard, and the plate flips, and the shrimp go flying across the food court.
Shrimp.
Cassandra says, "In this realm be banical," and a shrimp goes in her throat. No! This laughing mage kicks this signpost up that flies through the air, hits Cassandra in the head, and knocks her unconscious.
Oh my god.
Fig!
What the fuck? What? Was this a roll?
And Fig, you watch as Cassandra looks at you and you watch a god, a divinity, begin to discover that she is allergic to shrimp, and then get hit in the head with a wet floor sign and go "Gah!" and suffer the stunned condition.
I think this is someone else's fault and not mine.
Who did that? How did you get the shrimp to go that far?
I just
There's so many obstacles in the way.
Why did you
It
take
hit
the
such a direct
shrimp? We're in
line.
pitched combat.
I got a literal ton of shrimp waiting for us back at the house.
What the hell?
Party.
A massive ton of shrimp is waiting for us, and you want to eat now?
I was in party
Everyone give me perception checks except for Fig. Everyone give me perception checks except for Fig.
15.
15. The little fire elemental goes, "More samples," and starts to sort of move away.
Oh no, you just did all that. You just did all that. You just did all that.
You see as Fig wags a finger at this fire elemental with a little paper hat that is just immolating and burning on its head. On her shirt, tartar sauce dripping down the front of her shirt.
I dipped.
This is some Galir shit.
Getting back, shrimp jump legend. Speaking of shrimp, I don't think I've ever made Emily laugh harder than when that elemental offered you shrimp.
By the way, wait, I've never had tartar sauce with shrimp. Literally. I've only ever had it with like cod fillets or something like that. Like I've never had it with shrimp. It's usually cocktail sauce, horseradish, and basically ketchup, I guess.
We gotta talk about that.
She was fully crying.
Fully
Loved
crying.
it.
Yeah.
Shrimp?
Shrimp?
Yeah, it was also
The way you said
the
it.
velocity of the request.
Yeah, the
really teed it up.
The dedication
Really
with
teed
which
it up.
that elemental was like going about his job.
I know.
In the midst.
So much
In
is
the midst
going
of the
on.
fight.
Shrimp.
Just offering shrimp to a stranger.
Yeah. Shrimp? Yeah, I love Lou pointing out we have so much shrimp back at home.
Yeah.
Right.
I got a metric ton of shrimp.
We got a
I got a
ton.
metric ton of shrimp for the party.
Also,
Little
you
bit.
yelling, "I dipped!"
I dipped.
So
Yes.
defensive.
You and your little Galir
Yeah,
energy.
your little
Yeah, your little
spills.
Galir.
Cassandra, if you can hear me, please help me talk to this vulture.
I can't believe this is the season
Oh, the
finale.
vulture doubt and death.
We just gotta hit this guy like once.
Mystery,
Um,
the mystery.
Badly injured Grix,
Mystery of
so
the
many
vulture.
allies down. You go to the vulture, you hand it bread, totally normal vulture. As you hand it, do you reach to a place of doubt and uncertainty?
Yes. Absolutely, Brennan.
Yeah.
Allie Beardsley is at a place of doubt and uncertainty. with this movie.
You've been investigating vultures that have nothing to do with what's going on at all since freshman year.
Yeah.
Repeat for me again. What do you say as you extend bread to this vulture?
So I'm talking to Cassandra, and I say, please help me reach out to this vulture. Hey, girly. Hey, girl.
What did you call me?
What?
What did you call me?
What? No!
You have trifled with me for the last time! You are entering the vulture dimension!
No!
All of you vanish from the Thistle Spring tree and are transported to the vulture dimension. And that's where we're going to end this episode of Dimension 20.
Oh,
Okay.
There was a carbon monoxide leak in the dome.
I should mention something, by the way, from the attitude and the vibe you all have.
Yes.
Time doesn't pass differently in the vulture dimension.
They're gonna kill everyone.
Yeah, you got it.
We
You got
need
it.
to
Oh,
go
he's
back.
just going to kill.
That's kind of the
Please
vibe we
forgive this
had.
question, but are you a god of some kind?
I don't know, man. I've never broken you like this. I have never broken Zach like this in 5 years of making this show.
I don't know. All right, I'll see you later. Guys,
And
we jump out
we
of
all
the nest.
swan dive backwards.
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm going to go ahead and throw that some love. That was a wonderful edit. I love Brennan as a DM. Something about him is just very funny, very quick on his feet. Obviously, you have to be, right? But also just the vibe of Dimension 20 and college humor and etc. I guess is it Dropout at this point? I guess, right? It's just a little bit more goofy. You know, you're expecting the goofiness. You're expecting a little naughtiness, if you will. And it's just something about it that just speaks to me very well. The humor is just perfect pitch. Oh my gosh. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw it some much-deserved love. What's interesting, you know, I was pulling up some information here that was brought to you by, shout out to the mods, Luke, Rocco, Kitty, and Jace. They always do a tremendous job of providing links for the information that we go over after watching the and reacting to the videos. Just kind of, you know, educates myself, educates you as well. If you haven't seen these videos before or you have no idea what's going on, it's also just a wonderful experience to kind of, you know, you watch something and you have a lot of questions on it. It's nice to be able to answer some of those along the way. What's interesting is I don't know if this works for everything. It probably doesn't. But this is pretty neat, actually. So if I go back to the original page, check this out. It literally locks you on a pay to access, like a paywall. And I was like, oh gosh, because I'm looking at it, you know, briefly before I have to pull it up here. And I'm like, how do I get this off the screen? Like, there's no way to exit it out. There's no X's. It's just completely locked. But I hit the Safari reader button, and maybe this works with Chrome. Maybe this works with Firefox or whatever. But I hit the reader button, and guess what? Boom, it's gone. So just a heads up there. You know, maybe try it. These 7 comedians built a business playing Dungeons and Dragons. Now they're taking that magic to Madison Square Garden. Whoa, New York City. Cast of Dimension 20 started out as college humor comedians. Now their show is a key pillar of the streaming platform Dropout. They're headed to Madison Square Garden for a sold-out, one-night-only show. That's awesome. Oh, it only gives me the preview. Oh, you jerks. You jerks. You know what? Let's do this. I'm going to fix this. Let's see. All right, here we go. Hopefully this has been archived. Let's look at the 15th. This should work. There we go. There's the page. Wayback Machine. Archive. web.archive.org. Shout out. They're a lifesaver. Brendan Lee Mulligan and Dimension 20 are taking over Madison Square Garden in January of 2025. So coming up, a couple months here. Started streaming on Dropout in 2018. Side venture of then College Humor. One of its core programs. Six years ago, Brennan Lee, was best known for being College Humor's Tide Pod guy, role in a 2018 comedy sketch in which a beleaguered CEO tries to convince people not to eat laundry detergent. Remember that time in history, that moment? That was absolutely crazy. You know, sometimes social media can do some really interesting things or good things, and sometimes you have kids eating Tide Pods, you know, dishwasher detergent, if you will. There are things are different now. For one, College Humor is no more. It's rebranded to Dropout. Oh, R.I.P. College Humor. Used to watch that way back in the day. Successful streaming platform, angling for Emmy nominations. Mulligan's new Nerd World famous. Not only for being one of the creative minds behind the Dropout business engine. Months from now, Mulligan and his team at Dimension 20 will do what no D&D role-playing game crew has ever done to date. Take their show to a sold-out one-night-only gig at Madison Square Garden. Bet you Critical Role could do that. The geek business is booming, evidenced by the collective success of Dimension 20 and Critical Role, a gaming business co-founded by a team of 8 voice actors. Critical Role in October held a sold-out show at the Wembley Arena in London, and followed it up in June with another live gig at the Greek in LA. The popularity of Dimension 20, the program that keeps the streaming platform Dropout going, Critical Role's spin-off ventures in podcasting, animation, new games. Safe to say it pays to be a geek. There was a time, however, when the idea of recording yourself playing D&D was a tough sell. In 2018, Mulligan pitched the idea to his then College Humor team to film a group of his friends playing D&D. It was a daring gambit for a young actor who'd mostly become internet famous. With the idea greenlighted, Mulligan gathered a crew of 6 other comedians, Emily, Allie, Zach, Brian, Siobhan, and Lou. Together they debuted Dimension 20's first season, Fantasy High, 17-episode series set in a high school where the kids slay monsters. It's kind of nice that they're more compact, if you will. Like if you don't have a lot of time or you're looking to get into it, you know, dip a toe in. It's nice that it's only 17 episodes. Dimension 20 is shot in a dome with special effects and projections. That's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that vulture dimension thing was awesome. That was very surprising and very cool. I was, watching that, I was wondering, like, when are they gonna really bring that into play? Or, how are they gonna make this a part of the show, part of the, atmosphere? Well, they definitely did it, and it looks amazing. Its campaigns are also shorter than those of other stream-based D&D shows like Critical Role, which consistently runs campaigns with more than 100 episodes. Some CR episodes can run for 6 hours, but Dimension 20 episodes tend to be around 2 hours long, topping out at 3. Fast forward to 2024, when Dimension 20 is coming off a sold-out tour of live shows in the UK. Months from now, the crew will be heading to Madison Square Garden for their Gauntlet at the Garden live show, continuing where they last left off with their Unsleeping City campaign. Mulligan said, we're going to come out where the Knicks play, the New York Knicks basketball team, and we're going to play Dungeons and Dragons. It's silly, it's amazing, it's beautiful, and it's all dedicated to the hard work of our amazing cast and crew. Oyama told Business Insider that the idea of playing D&D live in an arena of nearly 20,000 people still hasn't fully sunk in, but he says it's definitely surpassed any benchmark of what he thought Dimension 20 could do. Honestly, yeah. I'm not surprised. Obviously, Dropout's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. That is crazy how big it's blown up. But hey, if there's enough people and enough people enjoy it, they'll sell out. They'll do things, It makes sense to go on tour. If you can get people in the seats and sell those tickets, why not? It's an event. It's just streamed usually. But it doesn't mean you can't do it live. This Dimension 20 cast will never stop blowing up. Actual plays are built on the back of D&D. Shows like Critical Role, The Adventure Zone, Dimension 20 help people understand the joy of creating stories with friends around the table. One of the reasons why D&D is more popular than it's ever been. Many of these shows have started to explore role-playing games beyond fantasy worlds, full of spells and swords. Dimension 20 recently completed a season of Never Stop Blowing Up on Dropout. This story takes place in a world of epic fantasy inspired by something other than thick novel series, 80s action cinema. I knew that these players would be excited to tackle something in the live action comedy genre, Brendan Mulligan said. A lot of the system was finding something that could find... Wait. A lot of the system was finding something that could find the comedic style of the cast that we knew we were going to have and could support the genre that we knew we were going to be storytelling in. Adventure Zone mentioned. What's up, Cebu? The type of story told in this season is often known as isekai to fans of Asian media. The story centers around character drawn into a new world from their own, often from the normal, mundane world, into a realm of fantasy and adventure. Examples include Jumanji. I mean, everybody knows Jumanji at this point, right? Gosh, this is such a good movie. I love the original so much, and I was worried about the one with The Rock and Kevin Hart and Jack Black. And then I actually saw the first one, and I'm like, oh, you know what? This is funny. I like this. I was so worried about it because I'm like, oh, I love the Robin Williams one. But yeah, it's amazing. In its own right, it's amazing. Comic book Die and the classic D&D cartoon from the 80s. With this not being a typical fantasy story, cast members went through different methods in figuring out what sort of character they would play. That included a process where they essentially made two characters to play. Persona they created inside the action movie world, as well as the regular person whisked away by the magic videotape. Challenge was to make both of these characters compelling to the viewer. How do you tell a 20-hour story? What type of characters let you do the best version of that? Said Jacob Wasecki. Though discussion with the peers and Brennan and my own data mining, I realized that the realer the person with the more real stakes, wants, desires, likes, and dislikes, is the easier it's going to be to propel them through the story. It makes sense. It does make sense. You know, it's when these stop having, you know, sort of a... I love Jumanji. Yeah, same. Absolutely. It's when these... I think these kind of lose the plot when it becomes so not like your friends sitting around the table coming up with stories and having adventures and fun and whatnot. I think when it gets a little too produced, people will start to be like, okay, you know, some people at least will start to fall off, and maybe they're more into the more realistic ones where it seems like it's just a group of friends sitting around a table and it's not too involved. So I think there's probably two different kinds of D&D fans. If you're looking for something more like natural, obviously there's probably people like that. But, you know, unfortunately, I think we were talking about this a couple streams ago for Critical Role. Some people will just not enjoy the expansion and the evolution of these shows. You know, the more money you get, more capital, the more you put into it, the more, you know, domes you have and whatnot of special effects. Some people won't really be drawn to that. You know, maybe they like the more realistic, just a group of friends sitting around saying some wild, crazy stuff. It just seems more relatable. And then some people really fall into the produced. It seems like it's, you know, got a lot of money behind it. There's just, you know, special effects. There's maybe 8 camera views, like, you know, that kind of stuff where it's very involved. It's produced highly. It just seems more like quote unquote Hollywood, I guess you could say. Like it's more directed than just a group of people getting together. I don't know. I think I would prefer probably the more amateur aspect of it, just because it seems a little bit more attainable. I guess maybe if I'm looking for something that's I'm looking for something that's entertaining. Maybe I'm leaning more towards the produced stuff. Just kind of, maybe it has like graphics. Maybe it has some animation involved. Maybe it has some effects or some kind. Maybe they got like a smoke machine going and they have like lights changing based on the atmosphere and what's happening. Maybe it's a battle scene. Maybe you got, some sound effects and whatnot. I guess maybe if I was looking to be entertained, I'd probably lean towards that. But I think honestly, for most part, if I'm looking to just get into D&D, maybe I'm looking for like amateur stuff. Not as well produced, just a bunch of people sitting around a table. Maybe it looks like your table. Maybe, very amateur hour, I guess you could say. Just to kind of get involved in a base level. Obviously watching like Critical Role, you're watching a bunch of actors who know what they're saying, know what they're doing. They're obviously vets in that kind of regard. They have some effects. They have like the table all set up. Like they have everything set up perfectly. It looks great. Maybe that can be a little intimidating. You're a little intimidated. You watch that and you're like, I can't do that. Like I don't have a table like that, or I don't have, effects like that, or I don't have as talented as friends to storytell with. Like it can be a little intimidating maybe. But if you're looking to start out, I would probably be watching more like amateur hour stuff. 15 best Dimension 20 seasons ranked. Make no mistake, each of the shows over 20 seasons have their own strengths. The nature-focused Burrow's End and Mice and Murder, the noir-style inside-out world of Mentopolis, the Monster College of Shriek Week, and Tiny Heist's Fairy Folk Heist are all strong solo seasons. The various other seasons and spin-offs of the ranked shows also hilarious and affecting. Number 15, Season 12, Shriek Week. Unique settings for many of its campaigns. Shriek Week had a reduced group with only 4 players due to COVID-19 restrictions, though this ended up creating a more intimate viewing experience compared to some of the other seasons with a larger group. Kind of interesting. I like that. It was also the first season of Dimension 20 to not include Brennan in any capacity, and only the second to have a guest DM. That'd be kind of interesting just to kind of see what it's like without Brennan, and obviously how much he contributes to this. That would be almost kind of interesting just to see if you liked it, if you didn't like it, if you missed Brennan. That's definitely a different, maybe that's really relatable. Not having enough people to have like a full cast, just having like 4 people sitting around a table. Honestly, that's probably more accurate at this point. It was full of many nods and cameos from monsters of real-life myths and legends. Legendary horror author Bram Stoker, founded Bram University alongside Dracula, for example. Tiny Heist, number 14, season 5. Second side quest, and like Shriek Week, it stands out primarily due to its incredibly innovative setting. Tiny Heist involves the players taking on characters of an extremely minuscule size, like fairies, bugs, and even living toys. The general idea is more or less Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, though with a heist adventure thrown into the concept. That's interesting. That's very interesting. The group's goal is to find and steal a roll of quarters. What? That's amazing. Mice and Murder, number 13, season 9. Obviously, they're playing this via Zoom or something, which I can't believe that was almost 5 years ago at this point. Isn't that crazy? 9th season stands out for many reasons. One key one is that it was filmed during the pandemic, meaning all 10 episodes only have the players appearing remotely. Oh gosh. I remember when that was starting and we were just, number one, we weren't going into the office, and number two, we were all, having Zoom meetings all the time. It was just like, this is so weird. Well, this definitely detracts from Mice and Murder compared to many seasons of Dimension 20 where the cast appears in person. It does add something endearing for many viewers too. I mean, yeah, but I don't think the chemistry is going to be as good via Zoom as opposed to being there in person, being able to feel, be in the room, be in the vibe. This has given Mice and Murder something of a nostalgia factor for many Dimension 20 fans, as it brings back memories of similar gaming experiences they also had during the pandemic. Yeah, I guess so. At this point, 5 years down the road, basically, it is somewhat nostalgic. I don't know if 5 years is long enough to call it nostalgic, but yeah, I mean, it's weird. It feels like yesterday, but it also feels like 5 years ago. Number 12, The Seven, Season 11. For fans of Disney princesses, The Seven is likely the best season, as the side quest has a great deal of fun lambasting the various tropes of the leading ladies of classic Disney movies, as well as a healthy amount of parodying teen movies and the high school experience in general. Seven takes place in the fantasy high setting from the first ever Dimension 20 campaign, though it focuses specifically on the characters of the Maiden. Interesting. Venturing party and the Seven were all female players, which added to the hilarity as each was able to draw on their own personal experiences in high school. Second season to be filmed in person with all the cast members present after the pandemic. Some restrictions still in place. There remains a notable absence of group shots. Interesting. Season was also notable for making use of 3D virtual maps to represent the action taking place. Crown of Candy, number 11, Season 13. Third Intrepid Heroes campaign from Dimension 20 was Season 6 of the show overall, featured in one of the most innovative settings for a D&D adventure so far. Crown of Candy took place in the world of Calorum, a world where each kingdom represents a different food group in a nutritional pyramid. These include Candia, land of Sugards, Vegetania, and Fructera for vegetables and fruits, and even the Dairy Islands. That's so funny. Crown of Candy is one of the Dimension 20 seasons that epitomizes what makes the show so popular. Despite the map and journal aesthetic making it seem as though the adventure takes place somewhere not dissimilar from the Candy Kingdom at Adventure Time, Crown of Candy manages to perfectly balance bombastic weirdness. I've never used that word before. Bombastic. Weirdness with solid fantasy role-playing and epic adventure. That's so funny. Coffin Run, Season 14 is number 10. Wow. The figurines are even cool. DM by Jasmine Ballar of DesiQuest. Coffin Run is one of the most consistently silly seasons of Dimension 20, with a cast of oddballs that stand out even from the rest of the show's vast roster of characters. Coffin Run focuses on the allies of Count Dracula as they work to protect the wounded Count from several threats. Interesting. Number 9, Escape from the Blood Keep, Season 2. These Brennan faces are ridiculous. Good God. That's so funny. Oh, look. I think we know who that is. Matt himself. Breakneck pace, full of unexpected lethal turns, helps keep the hilarious Escape from the Blood Keep on track. First of Dimension 20's side quest seasons that typically work as standalone stories, Escape from the Bloodkeep focuses on 6 lieutenants of Zaul Naz. A riff on Sauron. Yeah, that makes sense. From Lord of the Rings. So you got Brennan DMing. You got Matt Mercer. Wow. Okay. That's pretty awesome. Number 8, The Ravening War. Season 17. I feel like we got to go through it. Speaking of Matt Mercer. Got the board, the table. Brennan's actually playing, not DMing. Prequel to the previous season, A Crown of Candy, Ravening's Wars. Tight focus helps keep the sprawling fantasy epic grounded. Both stories are set in the land of Calorum, take on Candyland imagery with a Game of Thrones tone. You got Matt Mercer DMing. Brennan's actually playing a bishop. The only season of Dimension 20 so far, DM'd by Critical Role's Matthew Mercer. I mean, that alone is going to make it one of the most interesting ones, right? Number 7, The Unsleeping City, Chapter 2, Season 8. This is obviously one during the pandemic as well, apparently. Oh, yeah. Everybody's remote. They got that horrific webcam quality. You know, blurry, but not too blurry. All that stuff. Set in a mystical version of New York City, The Unsleeping City is a 2-part series that focuses on 6 unexpected heroes, become known as the Dream Team. Even being filmed during the height of the pandemic, forcing the season to be largely conducted remotely, couldn't bring down the energy of an exciting season. The Unsleeping City will return for a live show at Madison Square Garden. That's exactly what we were just talking about. That's kind of cool. It's giving it another attempt, you know? First one got kind of interrupted there. Number 6, Misfits and Magic, Season 10. Very cool. First campaign DM'd by Abria is one of the best parodies of Harry Potter out there, with a keen sense of commentary on the source material that never loses sight of the characters. Taking place at a magical academy in Britain, Misfits and Magic focuses on a pilot program to bring 4 American magic users to the school as older teenagers. Interesting. Decidedly meta take on the premise. The 4 teens are largely aware of real-life pop culture like Harry Potter, setting up an effortlessly funny back and forth between Ariba and the cast. That's kind of funny. That's your favorite season? Nice. Very nice. What's up, Kookie? Let's see here. Even in the highlight, though, a reluctant and exhausted Dark One who just wants to be left alone. One of a handful of times Mulligan has been a member of the cast season. Evan is simultaneously one of the show's most tragic and silly characters. Oh no, that's pronounced Cookie, isn't it? I think I remember that from the Discord. My apologies. Dungeons and Drag Queens, Season 18, number 5 on the list. Run through these photos real quick. Oh my gosh. That's probably the most makeup they've done for all these seasons. That is unbelievable. One of the shortest seasons of Dimension 20, only running 4 episodes. Look at Brennan. The unique cast, comprised entirely of drag queens, proved to be perfectly suited for a short and silly exploration of the underworld. Highlights how flexible the show can be, which, outside of Mulligan as the DM, features an entirely new cast for the show. 4 performers quickly adapt to the improvisational elements of the show, bringing unique perspectives to the series thanks to their high energy performance and play. Well, it makes sense. If you've ever seen or witnessed or saw a clip of a drag show, especially a drag comedy show, they're very quick. Very quick. So it does make sense that it would work quite well with an improvisational storytelling. Number 4, A Court of Fae and Flowers, Season 15. I mean, look at how great the set is. Holy crap. I mean, the table looks great. These added plants, the color of the dome or whatever. Like, it's stunning. It's definitely a bit more produced than the average, but I think it adds to it, honestly. They're funny enough, they're relatable enough throughout that I don't think it takes away from it too much. DM'd by Abria, A Court of Fae and Flowers is a unique entry in the Dimension 20 for actively resisting combat is a key element. Instead, inspired more by the works of Jane Austen than expansive fantasy settings like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. Ends up being far more cerebral and character-driven season. Story focuses on a high society ball being held in the Fey realms with Chirp, Gwendolyn, Hob, Deloso, I have no idea if I'm saying these right, and Hira and Squawk contending with all sorts of romance, intrigue, and danger. Goofy approach to high romance and drama benefits the season in the long run, with surprising connections being fostered between the player characters. It's also consistently hilarious thanks to some truly absurd decisions made by Mulligan, Wilson, and Axford, who use their characters to push the comedy as far as possible, and up to including Mulligan eating an actual feather at the table. My God. That's unbelievable. Number 3, Fantasy High, Season 1. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Freshman year. Obviously, I've seen quite a few clips from Agafort. Fantasy High is the first and perhaps most wide-reaching season of Dimension 20, described by Dropout as John Hughes meets D&D. Currently, 3-season series focuses on 6 students dubbed the Bad Kids. They attend the Agafort Adventuring Academy. While sophomore and junior years are also fantastic, the first season of the show is the perfect bedrock for what the series has become. Loose improvisational approach enhances the comedy. Unexpected swerves taken by both the players and DM Brennan add to the unexpected tense moments between comic digressions, with the sheer scale of the universe benefiting the comedy in impressive ways. Number 2, Never After, Season 16. Serving as Dimension 20's self-proclaimed horror season, Never After focuses on twisted versions of classic folklore and the stories of Cinderella, Puss in Boots, Frog Prince, Pinocchio, Red Riding Hood, and Timothy Goose become increasingly warped. They find themselves exploring a fantastical realm filled with malicious monsters and unspeakable evils. While Misfits and Magic uses the meta elements of the story to satirically poke fun at the source material, like Harry Potter, Never After fuses that self-aware storytelling with mystic and cosmic horror that would feel perfectly in place alongside the creations of Guillermo del Toro. Nevertheless, the show retains its core focus on character-driven comedy and drama, with the show's central cast delivering some of their finest work across the course of the season. Comedy likewise remains as solid as ever. Number 1, Starstruck Odyssey, Season 13. Set in the universe of Starstruck, a graphic novel series by Elaine Lee and Brennan Lee Mulligan's mother. What? The space opera A Starstruck Odyssey centers around the mercenary crew of a hot dog-shaped spaceship. That's what we're seeing there. Hot dog-shaped spaceship. Good grief. That's hilarious. Known as the Red Hot, as they try to survive a vast, absurd, and incredibly dangerous universe. That's freaking hilarious. Some of Dimension 20's best characters, a collection of sci-fi weirdos with untapped potential and hilarious expectations about the universe. Season balances cosmic stakes with phenomenal character growth, filling out the epic with deeply emotional explorations of the self. Also features some of the series' best action, with the crew of the Red Hot using creative methods to dish out and survive truly staggering threats. The season plays with Dimension 20's underlying themes in compelling ways. Strong moral story about the strength of the collective and resistance to reckless capitalism, ruthless control, and unearned power. It's also, like every other season of Dimension 20, a frequently hilarious affair. Interesting. The question is, do you agree with that list? Do you actually agree with that list? Before we go into that, let's go ahead and hop into the next video. It is another Dimension 20 video. So we're sticking right here. Zach Oyama, God's Favorite Cowgirl, is the name of this video. I promise you it is. God's Favorite Cowgirl. Let's go ahead and bring it up. And you can see it right there. God's Favorite Cowgirl. What a title. What an absolute title. All right, let's jump in.
Hey, I've really enjoyed being in school with you this year. And, are you...
Oh.
Thank you.
It's quite the hug.
Yeah, well, even cowgirls get the blues. My greatest strength is I can run a mile in 9 minutes.
Have you always been able to do that, or is that new?
That's new. It used to be like 11.
Moving on. What is your biggest weakness?
2 miles, 35 minutes.
Your biggest weakness is running 2 miles in 35 minutes?
Yeah, I really plateau at the 1
What
mile.
is
So you
happening?
can run 1 mile in 9 minutes and 2 miles in 35 minutes. And that's sort of standard every
I
time
gas
you run?
after the first mile.
Well, what about 3 miles?
16 minutes.
So wait, if you decide to run 3 miles, you can do it in 16
I have
minutes.
to know ahead of time.
If you decide to run 3 miles, you can do it in 16 minutes.
16 minutes.
But if you're doing 2, it's 35,
35.
and 1, it's 9
9
minutes.
minutes.
Dare I ask 4?
I've never tried it.
So maybe that's your next challenge.
Okay. It's really everywhere.
Dream job if money weren't a factor.
Being in the military.
Some little, fairy dust.
That's Mitch McConnell. I win a sandwich. That's Mitch McConnell.
There you go.
Good, Zach.
There you go.
That's very good. Honestly, too, if you do a crazy thing and Zach does that and you make a little hole with your fingers just around Zach's head, it's even more Mitch McConnell.
Will you do it again, Zach?
I hurt my throat. Let's try it. Ow. I can't.
I hope if the words come back that you eat them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Me too.
It's just like someone
Can
genuinely
you
so in
experience
love with
true
you.
love with a cat, Gerard? Or not this cat. I was thinking just a cat on the street, but
I was
maybe
just like,
this cat.
Gorgog, and I am not nearly as smart as that.
Marathon of Turner Classic Movies. Did you know that in Singin' in the Rain, Gene Kelly had a high fever during the title number?
I'll do a number on you, Grant, if you don't get off my set.
Good one, Sam. Grant O'Brien out!
Tommy?
Oh my God.
Oh, sure. You weren't dishonorably discharged after killing your platoon in the canteen?
1 by 1 in the dead of the night.
So it seems like somebody from your platoon said that there was no Coke, they drank all of it, and there was only Coke Zero left, and so you hunted them down 1 by 1 in the middle of the night. Am I getting that correct?
When we're looking at what literally happened, that's what happened.
And then you weren't charged because your uncle is a general.
General.
So that's obviously
That was my
very-
darkest moment.
Thank you. I need a ride home. I need a ride home.
British Kristen.
Do it, for real, do it.
You're in the ship. You don't really know what's happening or who any of these people are.
Yeah, I agree.
You just got into Hudol. You're feeling really good about that. This party is incredible.
Yeah.
There's something on top of the ship. What's that about? Should you go up? I guess.
Why not?
Yeah. And,
What's up? What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Come up onto the deck of the ship without any context or understanding of what you're seeing at all, why this cloud looks like a person.
It looks kind of ugly.
Say what comes to you in your heart.
She reaches deep inside. She says, "Blimey," and she feels like something in that worked.
I love that they're able to put graphics like that. That's kind of funny.
I'm gonna throw in the towel. No, I don't know what that means. No.
You quit the game? You quit the game? We're on question 1.
I don't know why I said that.
I can't take it anymore, man.
Sam says, give me an S.
S.
Sam says, give me an A.
A.
Sam says, give me an M.
M.
What does that spell?
Fuck.
You're a big, strong boy, and you get a great big gold star. I can put that on my wall.
I want a gold star.
Wait a minute, Brennan. You're God's little angel. Wow, thank you, Mr.
I want to be
Mott.
God's little angel.
Okay, everyone else feels dirty about it.
Wait, I clicked in, but then I realized I did note that he didn't say I'm actually, but I forgot everything he said.
I feel vindicated.
Led to pretend not to know their friend for 3 days.
That feels exact.
Zach, that's
That is
oh my
Zach.
god,
That
that's
feels
such
exact
a
in a
Zach.
Feels like something I would do.
Stop saying that.
Wumbo Dumberson. And my name is...
Gorgug, the greatest wizard in the world, showed me.
What? Why are you so yoked?
I'm a wizard.
Reloaded, just like
I'm a wizard, Harry.
Just like wasabi, furikake,
All of
baked
it.
beans.
I think your grandma.
Oh, Shane goes, what?
Your grandmother's dead.
I was there and
he was just.
It's like James Bond if James Bond was kind of weak.
one we heard earlier?
Yep.
Okay.
Holy shit!
I don't give a fuck what the noise was.
If you could turn any activity into an Olympic sport, what would you win a medal for?
Just say running without a G and send it.
Running.
And give yourself a bomb, baby.
oh my!
Whoa.
Wow.
I didn't even put myself on the list.
Wow.
Wow.
He didn't even write his own name down. Oh.
The episode's
Eat it. Take a little bite.
It matches your shirt.
Lisa.
It matches your shirt.
No.
It says right here,
Yeah.
Sam equal daddy. Her story.
That's right.
This is where her story maybe changes a little bit.
Her story?
Her story. This is where her story changes a little bit.
Thank you, Zach. You are one of the good ones.
It's about time, dude.
I've always said it. Zach Ayama, one of the good ones.
One of the good ones. Always being, whenever you say history, he goes, you mean history.
Hang on. Do you mean her story?
There,
And then there's a Chiron that says
and
Zach
Zach,
Ayama, one of the
Zach,
good
there's a
ones.
terrible car accident, and they're rushed to the hospital, and the doctor says, I can't operate on this child.
Sorry. Do you mean Herspital?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think it's I love watch me stumble. No,
Open the office door?
I in my head, I walked in.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm looking. Sorry. Are your feet on that? Are your, like, what do you? I'm sorry. You think you can read that? I'm really sorry. Sorry, Amelia. I'm just sorry. That you think that what you're doing right now is appropriate.
His hands are so close together.
I'm sorry that you think that this is appropriate. At what point in the day were you like, I should come in here, I should pop that off the wall, I should put my feet on that, I should read Purveyor of Native Antiquities? You son of a bitch.
Zachary, okay? Runner-up in the 2023 Air Guitar Championships.
Wow. Second place. Are we sure?
Ooh.
That is a real thing, by the way. Air Guitar Championships. That is a real
Are you sure?
shit. But congrats to Craig.
You notice that a photo of you, beautifully framed, has been placed in a box on the floor.
Get that god dang photo out of there. Put it on the wall, hurry! Put that back on the wall right now. Why, you still have time? Listen, I'm about to...
You're trespassing on property. Old sport.
Old sport.
No! I'm about to go to jail. What happens? You know why I'm going to jail? Because of what I'm gonna do to you. Don't do it, Squid. So this is your choice. This is now your choice, because I am out of choices. You done fucked up. I'm about to freak out for real.
Winner of the 2023 Air Guitar Championships.
No, they gotta do the winner.
What's up, fuckers? I'm Craig. Shit. Oh. Hey, God, can I get that pick? Transform, guitar.
Unbelievable.
Thank you so much. Don't forget, I'm playing for children's rights.
Now it's K2.
Now it's K2? Okay, great.
K2 doesn't know why, but she's being compelled to cast Dispel Magic. And
Okay.
she farts and says, "Blimey."
No.
Farts and says blimey?
I don't need this anymore.
Zach, we need...
There's no fun. What's the fucking point?
I got in there.
Why didn't we just, you have Kristen,
Brennan, go get some water. Zach, you got this.
British Kristen. You're in the gym.
I feel like I'm watching Twitch right now.
8 to 9 strangers.
Yeah.
You're not really sure what's going on. You're sitting by the bleachers completely invisible.
And you just watched your crush kiss another girl.
You're feeling heartbroken as you see a version of yourself try to compel
Absolute
a god.
fucking horseshit.
And you see her, some sort of, she's trying to do something to this guy over here, whoever he is. He's huge.
And I had a hot Cheeto burrito for lunch.
Yeah, your stomach
Wow.
is
Gurgling.
You say hot Cheeto burrito?
Hot Cheeto burrito. That sounds horrendous.
And beans.
Yeah, and beans. So many beans.
Gurgling within you. Something's off. What are you thinking about?
I think that K2, her parents got divorced. We all know that.
We all know that.
Not Kristen's parents, but K2's.
Brennan, you don't want to.
K2, you get 6 spells back.
Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, thank you.
Just any level.
I'm sorry, what do you say as you cast Dispel Magic?
As K2 farts and says "Blimey" and casts Dispel Magic, and she pulls out her vape that she's addicted to. And she just thinks, this is so bad for me, and I'm not even human. And she stands up heroically, takes 15 feet, and she throws the vape into the lava. And she quits.
Cast it into the fire. It's like Lord of the Rings.
I'm glad you like
Throwing
to
the
talk
vape
so
into
much
the.
because I like to be mostly quiet.
I'm glad that you always know the thing to say that lets us stop doing it.
A lot of times I don't, and I'm just guessing. No problem.
Oh my gosh. I'm throwing that a like. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original edit. Go throw it some much deserved love. That video has 135,000 views. Excellent. We have one more article here about Dimension 20. It should be interesting. This is involving the campaigns, characters, and embracing the 80s action hero. Let's go ahead and pop that up. Zach is very funny. Good grief. Definitely quite a bit of characters involved in Dimension 20. And obviously that involves some like dropout humor that I haven't seen, some sketches and whatnot. Obviously spans across not just D&D, but sketches and everything else. Very funny. Dimension 20 first aired almost 6 years ago. When was this written? This year. Okay. A couple months old. In 2018. Since then, the Dungeons & Dragons actual play series has spanned 22 seasons. I love the fact that they're short, because it's just, honestly, it's just more inviting and digestible. Covering a wide range of genres. As we approach the 250th episode and finale of the latest series, Never Stop Blowing Up, we spoke to Dungeon Master Brennan Lee, players Isabella, Ify and Rickia, and Jacob about campaign preparation, playing 2 characters at once and embracing chaos. Origins of Never Stop Blowing Up. Within all the many seasons that we've been lucky enough to make, the gorgeous thing is realizing that inspiration for a season can really come from anywhere, Mulligan tells me. We've been fortunate to start some of our seasons with a great idea for a setting, and others we've taken inspiration from casts that were available. Never Stop Blowing Up began as a desire to do a season where the genre, the game system, the cast, and everything was built for limitless, full-bore comedy. And when thinking about different genres to play in, the action world felt like something that was really ripe. It's such an over-the-top, campy, macho, surreal genre. Yeah, it is. 80s action films, you know, you can think of a ton of them, right? I think RoboCop, the first one was in the 80s. Obviously, any like Arnold Schwarzenegger thing, Sylvester Stallone, all that stuff. Like, it's just, it was so over the top and campy. I don't even know how those movies did in the movie theater, like box office wise, but I feel like they did pretty well. Further cementing the idea was the fact that Mulligan's wife and co-star in the campaign, Isabella, describes action comedy as her favorite genre by far, given that she's played this campaign while 8 months pregnant. Feels fitting that she was allowed to really let loose in a setting she adores, came together all organically. This campaign uses a homebrew variation of the Kids on Bikes system. Each player has a set of skills which fit the genre, and they start by rolling a d4 to make checks in any skill. If they roll the maximum on a die, it blows up, and they can roll the next highest die and add that number as well. I have no idea about rolling any of that. Like, none of that made sense to me at all. Kind of amazing. Such an effect can be chained, so a roll on 4 on a d4 followed by 6 on a d6 then allows a player to add the roll of a d8 to the already high total of 10. At the end of the turn, the highest die you rolled becomes your new starter die for that skill. This means a couple of lucky rolls can have players able to clear high ability checks from early on, mechanic which got newcomer to the dome, Jacob, off to a spectacular start. It was nice. Says about his early luck of the rolls. I was very nervous, and I think that just helped kind of shake off the nerves. It's like the dice gods, the story gods are on my side. There's an outside influence that wants me to succeed. I think I just rode the wave. While the core game system was easy to understand, each player had to create 2 characters. One was linked into the real-life video store location, and another was served as the action hero identity after they were sucked into the VHS tape of Never Stop Blowing Up, Jumanji style. Oh my gosh. Speaking of which, VHS. How many people watching this have no idea, have never handled a VHS tape? That's the question. That is a question. Let me know down below in the comments if you're watching later on YouTube. Character influences for the action heroes can be easily traced to movie counterparts, something confirmed by the players. However, each one we spoke to had a different way of approaching their character creation. Fast and Furious is one of my favorite franchises, and once Brennan told us what the concept was, I was like, well, I'm going to be Vin Diesel no matter what. That's funny. Jacob, I just came up with 007. It's the opposite. It's the clean cut guy. It's the guy who wears a suit. It's the guy who has a plan, who has an apartment. I just wanted to play into the opposites. That's funny. Roland also pulled inspiration from action movies first. However, she chose to combine it with the inspiration from another of her loves, the Real Housewives series. Boy, that's a clash. That's a clash of content right there. I knew I wanted to play John McClane, aka Die Hard, because Die Hard's one of my favorite movies of all time. Then when I heard we were talking about a California suburb for the video store setting, I just kept thinking about this woman named Vicky, who was a Real Housewife of Orange County. That's a TV show on Bravo, I think the network is. She has a Midwestern accent. It's crazy as all hell, and always going through a divorce. She was my muse, and I had to follow my gut. That's funny. That is very funny. Not to be outdone, Mulligan also showcased larger-than-life action hero inspiration in the form of a costume which embodies everything an 80s action hero should. DM costumes are surprisingly rare in Dimension 20. The most notable other examples are Brennan in the Drag Queen season, of course, and Abria in A Court of Fae and Flowers, as we saw earlier. That is very funny. I think that photo of Brennan's up here, right? Yeah. Classic. Just a dirty shirt. Just completely mud, mustard, who knows what it is. And then, of course, the butterfly Band-Aid. That's classic. He's even got the high top, too. High top haircut. That's hilarious. That's a great setting. Wow. Very cool. Very, very neat. One of my video cameras I used was a VHS system, big and heavy, real hard to sneak into events. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine trying to record in a movie theater using one of those? Like bootleg style. My dad had a, what were they called? It was like a, let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can figure out what this is. It was a, oh gosh. What the heck was that even called? Oh, this is what it was. It was a, see if I can find a good picture here. Oh my gosh. It was one of those cameras with like cassettes. It wasn't a VHS. I'm assuming that camera was massive. Absolutely massive. This was more like, oh my gosh. I think it was kind of like this. This is a bit newer. And find the actual tape. I think it's a 8mm. There's no real good example that looks like it, but I think it was an 8mm tape or something like that. Oh my gosh, it was just ridiculous. Yeah, the tapes look like this. Oh my gosh. So it was very similar to this. It was like a tiny little VHS, if you will. Yeah, it looked like this. It was basically a tiny little cassette tape. and you could record video on it and whatnot. Very odd. Very odd setup. I guess it was an 8mm. Good grief. Yeah, that's how we did all our family like movies and whatnot. At the time as a kid, I was just like, why are we doing this? But now looking back and, as we get older and we lose people, very happy we took the time to do that, or at least my dad took the time to do that. Just as a kid, you're rebelling against everything. You're like, why do we do this? Why, classic kid not thinking into the future. No long-term visions or anything like that. But now that I've digitized them, I'm just like, wow, I'm so happy we have that. But yeah, these camcorders were just unbelievable. Yeah, very plasticky. Like this is a pretty good example of one. You had the eyepiece that would like come out. And typically they had a little window or something that you could see what was happening. Good grief. Wonder how much these things are. Surprisingly, some of the boxed ones, $120. These are not exactly new technology. Good grief. Night vision? What? Night vision. These are definitely fancier than the ones that we had. But I assume they were pretty expensive back in the day. I think this is what it kind of looked like. Yeah, this is basically what it looked like. Video 8 Handycam. Good grief. Barely any technology to it. Didn't even have the flip out screen. It literally was just the eye finder or the little viewfinder. That was it. Like there was no chance of like flipping out a thing so you could keep your head off the camera. Like you had to look through it. You just had to. Oh my gosh. Good grief. Yeah, that's where you put the tape. Oh boy. What a time. Rewinding, fast forwarding. You had no idea where you were on the tape. Were you starting in the end? Were you starting over a video you've already recorded? Like it was just a mess. Just an absolute mess. We are so much better off with phone cameras at this point. Mine was recorded on DVDs. My mom has a whole collection. That's awesome. That is so cool. I would much rather have DVDs than these. Although I did digitize them. Basically, I had to buy a converter that would attach to a computer, and then I recorded that way. It was a whole process. It took forever to do. But it was cool. I'm glad I did it. So now those are all digitized and up in the cloud. Alrighty, let's go ahead and jump into the next video. It is our Gojo and Ghetto gay ? I guess we're going to examine it. This is from Jujutsu Kaisen. And let's go ahead and jump in. Now that I just went on that total tangent of old video cameras. Alrighty, let's go.
JJK is a series rife with intrigue and mystery. Some questions are big and some small. Many things are vague, seemingly just because. The uncertain is certainly a theme in this world. But one question has been so trivialized, memed, and fought over that a lot of the nuance has fallen to the wayside. That question being simply, are Gojo and Geto gay? The debate online about where these two men fall exactly on the scale between friends and lovers has been kind of muddied in terms of discourse. The people who want the two to be lovers refuse to see the story any other way, but so do the people vehemently against this idea. To some, it isn't even a question, and to others, the question itself kind of is the answer. Many might argue that the two don't do anything in this series overtly romantic towards each other, so what's the point of even discussing this? I mean, in Gojo's past arc, we even find out that he has the beautiful Waka Inui as his phone's lock screen, which narrows our options down to the guy being straight and a little zesty, or a bisexual icon. Bicon? But taking that one piece of evidence and extrapolating it to the rest of the series would be doing Gege's writing a massive disservice. He's constantly walking this slack line of keeping them friends, but implying that they're a little bit more than that. For reasons we'll touch on very soon, sometimes you need to learn to dig past the surface level and look between the lines to see the implications at hand. Because for how vague they keep this topic, there's a shocking amount to say. The reason this is so surprising to some is because Jujutsu Kaisen is really anything but a romance story at first glance. But that doesn't mean it's something that our kitty mangaka never touches on, it's just almost never the focus of what's happening. This is a very common argument for the people who think that they're just friends and nothing more, that JJK is not a love story, but this line of reasoning doesn't really get you very far at all. The biggest exception to that train of thought—
This is one of those things where it's like, it doesn't have to be the main aspect of the show, it can be like a side part of it, where you don't have to concentrate on romance or whatever. You can concentrate on action, you can concentrate on story, and then a relationship or romance or whatever is kind of like a side item, and it's just there, but you're not really thinking about it, or it's not openly like the main focus of the show. They're focusing on other things. I actually prefer
Rickia,
that.
But I think there's something interesting hidden behind the scenes.
Unless I'm actually watching a romance movie. One that's geared for that. It's supposed to be sappy and gross and cheesy, you know, that kind of stuff.
There in context. Many know this piece of trivia, but in case you don't, Yuta was at one point in time the protagonist of this series. But him and Megumi being so similar, and Gege wanting to explore a more optimistic character, made him eventually change that. I'm not exactly sure how far into JJK's development Akutami got before making the decision to swap Yuta for Yuji, but this tells us something kind of important. Jujutsu Kaisen's main character was originally all about love, the curse of love, the power of love, the meaning of loneliness, etc. So to say that this series has no room for a romantic plotline, or to say that it's something the series has never had in its DNA, is just very incorrect. Now, plenty of things may hint that Gojo is a lot less straight than he lets on. Sharing a bike with Geto, their general touchy-feeliness with each other, but is there any real narrative weight to the idea of this being actually true? Well, one of, if not the biggest piece of evidence for these two's relationship being more than just fanon, is what Gojo says to Yuta after the events of JJK0. Okotsu mentally
Well, just because we saw the Untamed and they don't explicitly say it, doesn't mean it's not a thing, right? There can be subtleties. Eye contact, physical touch, whatever.
distraught after the whirlwind of love and tragedy that has been his entire cataclysmic life up to this point, needed his teacher, his guardian practically, to help him through what he was feeling. Gojo listfully responds with the phrase, "Love is the most twisted curse of all." Kind of a poignant thing for a Digimon-obsessed nerd with no communication skills to just randomly say, but that's just it. It wasn't random. Gojo was going through something just as difficult, and this quote he says about love is obviously coming from deep within his heart. He didn't just hear that somewhere, he's telling Yuta this because it's something from his own experience, which is just like when his friendly, goofy, silly demeanor dropped like a sledgehammer when he told Megumi about how he lives his life. These moments are Gojo at his most sincere. And while many people have issues with the idea of Gojo being a quote-unquote father figure to his students, me included in some situations, he obviously is at bare minimum the annoying older brother you can turn to when shit starts to get real. A guardian doesn't have to be your parent or even someone who really acts like it. It could be a relative, a friend, or a teacher. And many of these kids, if not all of them, have no parents, no guardians, except him. Which makes it so painfully clear that this isn't something Gojo just read on a WikiHow about how to make your student feel better after a breakup. This is something directly from his story. But when you look back at Gojo's characterization, this statement, "Love is the most twisted curse of all," literally cannot be about anyone but Suguru Geto. And as if to shut down the rumors of the people thinking this was referring to Shoko or something, Kage included the trivia that Shoko would rather be dead than ever be stuck dating either of these two. So pretty much the only way to take this is that Gojo feels that his love with Geto, be it romantic or platonic, was a curse, the saddest, most influential thing to ever happen to him. This is something that gets explored more, surprisingly, in a place many may not have thought to look. Season 2 opening number 1, Where Our Blue Is. The first intro to Season 2, fittingly, is all about Gojo and Geto's relationship with each other. It's also one of the greatest themes ever put to the screen, but that's a topic for a different week. Something that becomes very obvious about this song when you look into it is that it is indisputably clear that the lyrics are about these two. So what does it tell us that the album art for the track is this? I will now read you an excerpt from this beautiful song, and I want you to keep it fresh in your mind this poetry is written from the perspective of Satoru Gojo about Suguru Geto, which I will remind you again is not something up for debate. Here it goes. There's nothing to block the front of my eyes. Your silence, it becomes inaudible. Even if these days fade away, even if I've come to know your scent, different from mine, in the depths of eternity left behind, it's like a quiet love in the summer, like colors running down my cheeks. The words that curse you are stuck in the back of my throat. Will we meet again? A voice that cannot be heard. We were supposed to share everything, but since that day, little by little, the curse of me being different from you grows. The sorrow behind your smile, regretting for what I had overlooked. To you who blooms and scatters like transient flowers, goodbye. There's a lot to...
No one is writing that about their bro. That is so over the top, flowery, emotional. That is just nowhere. That's definitely not about a bro.
lot to unpack there.
No
the
chance.
Fujoshis are literally jumping up and down right now screaming, but this is real. Many who want to discredit this idea will say
That's
something like,
unbelievable.
oh, well, OST isn't canon, it's not official. Dude, it's quite literally the theme. How could you convince yourself that Gege Akutami didn't have a hand in the creation of the theme of his own show? That argument baffles me. This song is canon, so canon in fact that it revealed the curse that Gojo put on Geto before his death. This was such a big mystery. The manga, much like its use of the black box for Fuga, censored these last words. It was something a manga reader would never know. I and most others patiently awaited this scene to be animated, and when it was, and left dead silent, my heart sank. All we ever got was Suguru's reaction.
The least you could do is hit me with some curses.
It's like a quiet love in the summer, like colors running down my cheeks. The words that curse you are stuck in the back of my throat. Will we meet again? A voice that cannot be heard. Will we meet again? Those are the words Suguru died with, the words we never heard, the words Gojo took to his own grave. And tragically, Gojo's curse came true. They did meet again.
Yeah, Satoru.
This makes me wonder, without Gojo's curse, would Kenjaku have ever even inhabited Geto? Whether or not that's the case, Gojo set it in stone in the eyes of fate. This is a tragic, very tragic turn in Gojo's life, but spoilers, it's not all that bad. Because this curse bound them by fate and
Spoilers,
came true in
plug your
death
ears.
as well. They did meet again.
Earmuffs.
But instead of discussing this masterful airport scene, I'm not done with this song yet. There's one other lyric I think needs to be analyzed. I'll be throwing it up on screen now because, respectfully, I don't want to embarrass myself with my less than stellar Japanese, but it's the lyric that read something like, "Just a silent love." Now, in English, we only really have one word to portray the concept of love. Sure, there's adoration, like, I guess, but in many other cultures, there's a wide array of ways to express love. Because we're talking about anime, let's take a look at Japan's love language, starting with Suki. Suki is most closely the English equivalent of like or love, but in a casual sense. It's the word you would use to say something like I love Jujutsu Kaisen, or I love my friends. The next rung on the love ladder is Daisuki, which is the former but cranked up a notch. You use this word for something that you like a lot. You could use Daisuki in a relationship if you want to bring it to the next level, but some people also just use this to talk about stuff they really, really love. Then we have I. I is a deeper, more serious, profound feeling. I is what most people think of when looking for a Japanese equivalent of the word love. I is applied to serious relationships and family, and is such a heavy word that it's not super commonly said in Japan. And finally, the last word for love that I need to touch on is koi. Koi is only used when referring to romantic or passionate love. Koi is the feeling of first falling in love, serious yearning for someone and thinking that you just can't be without them.
Weird name for a
Koi
fish.
is the sweet, uncontrollable butterflies in your stomach when falling into the abyss that is love. And that is the word used in Where Our Blue Is. Like a quiet love in the summer. love is the most twisted curse of all. Come on, even if it was your bestie for the restie who had died, you aren't really going to be saying things like, even if I've come to know your scent, different from mine in the depths of eternity left behind, you know?
Come on
Gojo
now.
clearly has some intense communication issues. This is a
No
core
one is
aspect
saying
of
that
his
about their
character,
friend.
and maybe even the entire series as a whole. I'm not kidding. Absolute strength and the solitude that comes with it. The one who will teach you about love is... How many times have we heard that throughout JJK? Like 5? Gojo, aside from potentially Sukuna, is the loneliest man in the world. So isolated that nobody can touch him. His infinity perfectly mirrors and projects that part of himself, but Suguru was the one person who could always get through that infinite void between Gojo and the rest of the world. The lyrics to Where Our Blue Is are likely things he could never effectively express to Geto himself. Maybe these are things that he's thought about in the last few years since his partner in crime has been gone. All of this isn't to mention that Geto and Gojo died on the same exact day of the year. Seems a little romantic, I guess, in a morbid kind of way, but that's not what makes this important. The day they died wasn't just any day, it was December 24th, the most romantic day in Japanese culture. Christmas Eve is quite literally the Japanese Valentine's Day, a day people use to profess their love or just celebrate it. If you were an author trying to hint that these characters were gay, there might be no better way to do it than killing them both on the most romantic day of the year. While all of this isn't...
Honestly, that reigns true. For some reason about Christmas Eve, December 24th, there's something about it. There's like magic to it, obviously with Christmas, mourning and whatnot. But there's something else. There's like I guess intimacy is a good way to put it. It's a very interesting time. Like you've got the joy of, getting together with others. You have the high anticipation of gift giving and gift receiving. Like there's something about it that's very, I don't know. I guess it is kind of romantic in a way. Something nostalgic about it, romantic-ish.
Isn't evidence directly pointing to the two being in a straightforward black and white romantic relationship. It does show us the theme of this entire video. Nuance. Gojo and Geto weren't in a relationship. I'll say that with my whole chest. It just didn't really go that way. But every shred of evidence and context is pointing to the idea that they both wanted to be. But because of their responsibilities, how busy and hectic their lives were, their stunted communication skills, everything in the universe just seemed like it was against them. And these two men, so torn on ideals, chose that it would be easier to reject the other than to embrace him. Before Gojo got to say how he felt, if he ever would have, it was too late. Geto had already strayed too far down the wrong path. I think it's clear these two loved each other and would have likely done something about it if it weren't for their insane and tumultuous current circumstances. This is so much more than your average anime queerbait. This isn't something to string the audience along in a will they won't they. This is the most integral aspect of the current most popular anime character's entire arc. I understand if this is a lot for you, especially if you've never really looked into this before. Like I've said, it's honestly really surprising to get this sort of narrative from a shonen series so vehemently against love story plotlines. I mean, there definitely is a decidedly thin selection of romance stories in JJK, but it's not like that's something totally absent from the story. There's Yuta and Rika, whatever Hikari and Kurara have got going on, Ana's unrequited feelings for Megami, Yuta and Maki's acceptance and comfort with one another, Yuji and Ozawa's short-lived moment of beauty, even Mai being confirmed bisexual with her stating what kind of man is her type and then drooling over Takada like all the other con-goers. Do you still want to try to say that there's no room for romance in JJK? And obviously, how could we forget the most influential and meaningful minor love story that Gege ever presented to us, Miwa and Kokichi's tragic situationship? Many of you out there may have heard this before, but Gege was once quoted saying that he wanted to add a little romance to his manga, but out of all the female characters, Miwa seemed like the only one whose personality would be fit for it. Now, a lot of people point to this quote as evidence against Gojo and Geto's relationship. He wanted some kind of romance in his story, he added it, and there isn't any more. But that just isn't an accurate description of what happened. If that were the case, we wouldn't have gotten any of the character moments I just listed. And also, this was about a straight relationship. He specifically says of the female characters, she's the only one who seemed to fit the bill, which might not seem like it means much, but the way that Japanese authors have to handle romance just isn't the same as it is here in the West. A little quirk that many people tend not to dwell on about Japanese authors, especially of manga, is that they're more often than not completely anonymous. Gege Akutami is not this person's real name, it's a pseudonym they chose to pen under. Even when mangaka choose not to be directly faceless, there are still dozens of precautions these men and women take to hide their identities. For instance, Hirohiko Araki is almost certainly not the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure's real name. And even when they do use their real name and show themselves like Eiichiro Oda, they still have an avatar to hide behind and are almost always reclusive. Have you ever thought about why that is? If you don't have the misfortune of knowing already, the reason so many Japanese authors tend to hide from the public is a legitimate appeal for their own safety. I'm aware that this is a generalization, but the fandom culture in Japan is just different than it is in a lot of other places in the world. Now, truthfully, media obsession to an unhealthy, unparalleled level is something the whole world at large has to deal with. Think the Bjork stalker. Obsessiveness to the point of being a danger paired with the highly turbulent world of manga is a whirlwind headed straight for disaster. Think of how many series, be they good or bad, constantly kill off characters. That's what I mean by turbulence, shaking up the community, the story, the status quo.
Well, just by going on how popular it is, by having another name, maybe an avatar that represents your face, not being seen in public, kind of allows you to remain a bit anonymous. Like, you can still walk the streets and not have people like mug you, basically. Like, you can just blend in. So I get it, you know, if you're an author, illustrator, whatever, if you're not an actor, a lot of the times, like, you're still getting paid. You don't have to give your name. You can do a pen name. You never have to show your face. Like, why wouldn't you take that? Unless you're just, you want to be famous. You want to be, you know, people to know who you are. You want people to walk up to you constantly. Can't walk in the city or the streets without people just running up to you or taking pictures of you or videos of you trying to get you in weird situations and whatnot. It just makes it more easy, honestly. And that's frankly what I've heard from a lot of different actors over the years, especially in interviews and whatnot, is that once you become famous and people know what you look like or your name or whatever, doing things becomes unbelievably harder. Also, be authentic to the story you want to create. I feel people know who you are and see you. Your work also gets influenced. Yeah, true. It's definitely true. People can presume things about your work just by seeing you. And then they can look up information on you and all that stuff. To a certain extent, yes, you should probably have some sort of history. Like, you know, maybe it's a pen name that you wrote all your works of art in or drew all your works of art. But eventually, you know, it crosses a line where you become famous and then people know you look like, they stalk you, they do crazy things. Like, I can't imagine being, you know, in Japan and then everyone knows who you look like. You can't just walk the streets like without people walking up to you and whatnot. Like, this is so much larger than movies and television. Like, these volumes are selling in the millions internationally. So it just makes sense that they would try to remain at least a little anonymous because you can. That's the beauty of it. If you're an author or illustrator, you can remain completely anonymous.
Stuff like this is exactly why mangakas tend to look more like this and less like this. Perhaps the most infamous case of harassment like this upon an author is from Attack on Titan's creator, Hajime Isayama. This poor man received death threats in the tens of thousands upon killing off the most minor, nothing characters. God. And obviously, the bigger the character, the more pushback, threats, and overall controversy the whole franchise can find itself under. This is why AOT shifted from its original plan of being a one-season anime where everyone dies to a 4-season odyssey where good guys beat the bad guys and a surprising amount of people get spared and redeemed. Now, am I trying to say that killing a character and revealing that they're gay are both equally controversial? Not here, but in Japan, being gay is a way bigger controversy than just axing someone off. Revealing that Satoru Gojo, the most popular anime character in modern shonen history, was homosexual or bisexual to a region that is predominantly hostile towards LGBTQ ideals is just something that Gege might not be comfortable risking. To an American, this may sound archaic, but it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that revealing such a thing could get Akutami countless death threats, more people than ever trying to find out his real identity, boycotting, and even the outright removal of JJK from Shonen Jump entirely. Many of you out there may be saying, well, what about characters like Kirara, someone who's outwardly, if a little nonchalantly narrative-wise, queer? Or what about queer characters from other massively popular series, like One Piece's Bon Clay, who's one of, if not the biggest non-binary icon in the anime scene? Well, what separates them from someone like Gojo, like I was saying, is that he's kind of the biggest thing in the entire goddamn world right now. I mean, as phenomenal of a character as Bentham of the Wild was, he was a semi-minor character, which is likely the only reason Oda was able to do this without a world of pushback. Unfortunately, it also probably helped to make him look so flamboyant and over the top. Some people, maybe most people in Japan, were laughing at him, not with him. Just like how Oda drew all the trans people so grotesque in Kamabaka Kingdom. At the time this came out in the manga, poking a little fun at these people was likely the only way to actually get this accepted and distributed. This, to me, is what makes Bon Clay's portrayal as not only a character, but as a queer human being so impactful. They have one of the most selfless, heroic personalities in the entirety of One Piece, and I pray that this made at least a few Japanese people change their minds about how they feel about people a little differently from them. But at the end of the day, again, this is all at the mercy of Bon Clay not being a super pivotal character in the series most of the time. I mean, come on, Oda has been teasing us with the greatest homo will they won't they in media history, but has had to pretend that they hate each other for 30 years because of editorial pushback. Kidding. Not really. But what I'm really trying to get at here is that things are never as clear-cut as they seem. Gege's apprehension to make any sort of serious claim about these two's relationship could not really be his choice or something within his control. Yuri on Ice had to label a same-sex marriage proposal as some kind of bizarre friendship initiation for luck, and the series got dropped by MAPPA before it could even get the chance to end. And that's with them dancing around the subject and not directly confirming it for plausible deniability. Or does anybody remember when Kaoru professed his love to Shinji in Evangelion, and in the English dub for Netflix he basically had to say, "You're worthy of my presence," instead? Gayness in media, especially overseas media, is just in no way treated the same, which tragically
Worthy
could also
of
be
my
said about
presence.
the gay people
That's an
of
interesting
Japan.
one.
Homosexuality is seen as less of a preference and more of a perversion there. Sure, there are GL and BL stories in Japan respectively, but just because they exist doesn't mean they're seen as narrative equals to the public. Unfortunately, gay and sapphic characters and stories in Japanese media are often fetishized, made fun of, or hidden away entirely. And this isn't even that foreign of a concept. Think of something like Adventure Time. Back in 2010, having a prominent same-sex relationship on a Cartoon Network program would have put a heavy crosshair on the series from executives, and it would have never gotten to its amazing ending. The writers planned to have Marceline and Bubblegum be an item years and years before that was eventually, canonically, revealed. And when they did get around to dropping that bomb, all it amounts to is a kiss at the end of the finale, because the writers were worried that if they revealed these characters were gay any earlier, they might not have gotten to release a finale at all. Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Falls, received major pushback from Disney execs about the minor gay characters Durland and Blubs. I remember so many people at the time being like, "They're not gay, they're just quirky." But that excuse only gets to stretch as far as the execs will keep the series alive, because by the end they were finally allowed to reveal the truth, just like AT. We saw something similar happen on Cartoon Network a decade after Adventure Time began, but this time with the opposite approach. Instead of bending to executive demands, the people behind Steven Universe doubled down. They made a grand episode featuring a big gay wedding, adding a lot of plot significance to the episode so that it would either A, force the countries that didn't agree with LGBTQ rights to air the episodes anyway so the season made sense, exposing their viewers to gay characters, or B, not have those episodes air in those countries, which would lead to mass confusion in fans, people asking what happened, basically forcing the foreign networks to admit being homophobic. Now, as much as
By the way, I noticed the BMO right there. That entire time I'm like, is that BMO? Yeah, it is.
As I don't like Rebecca Sugar, or Steven Universe for that matter, this was a big dick move. And unfortunately for them, it blew up in their face. Cartoon Network told them multiple times that they cannot have same-sex relationships in their show because it would financially be very bad for them, and it would make it so that internationally the show does even worse. You simply cannot get away with some of this stuff in modern Russia, China, and many, many other countries. This controversy is what ultimately got the show canceled, what Adventure Time was trying so desperately to avoid. And this was in 2016, in the United States of America. In Japan, they are hardly even as accepting of gay people as we were in like the 80s. It's very easy to think in 2024 that everyone is equal, but it's just as easy to forget that same-sex...
Let's be honest here. Companies will do whatever they have to do to make the max profit that they can. I seriously doubt it has anything to do other than money.
Same-sex marriage is only
they are so
legal
focused
in
on
37
returns
of
that
the
it's ridiculous.
195 countries in the world. Only 17% of the world's population is allowed to be gay without being jailed or worse. Yes, this is a silly little YouTube essay about if a fictional character likes boys or not, but it's anything but a simple yes or no answer. Gege, by design, keeps this so vague because he basically, literally, has to. I think the amount of storytelling that he's managed to get away with without directly confirming how these characters feel is kind of genius. As you'll see on message boards and comment sections across the internet, this is a very divisive topic, and that's because it's by design. You're supposed to interpret it on your own. Jujutsu Kaisen does this amazing thing in its storytelling where it will present you with characters and their actions and ideals, but we never get too much of the inner workings. We see Megumi, we see his attitude, we see his conviction, but it's up to us, the audience, to basically pick whether this kid is right or wrong. I love that Gege sometimes trusts his readers to come to their own conclusions, instead of taking whatever some dumbass YouTuber says as fact, or their previous biases taking hold of how they interpret the story. Megumi is actually a fantastic character in the sense that he is a microcosm of everything that JJK is. Tragedy, grief, loneliness, fear, fragility, sacrifice, fluidity, balance, rebirth, purpose, friendship, worldview, conviction, nuance, uncertainty, but most importantly of all,
worry about a specific structure later. Imagine a future version of myself who's freely surpassed my limits.
And a little bit of sense and imagination. It just takes the slightest trigger.
Domain expansion! Broaden it more freely. The interpretation.
Jujutsu Kaisen is about many things. If you relate to Choso, you may say JJK has themes of brotherhood, loyalty, reverence. If you like Maki, maybe it's perseverance, change, and freedom. But I think Megumi's got the closest thing to a true narrative through line for Jujutsu Kaisen, and that is interpretation. If you read through the manga and interpret these two characters as diehard besties, and that's what's powerful about it to you, cherish that. But there's no reason someone can't have a different worldview, a different conviction. You might be sitting there looking at your screen like, so is this guy gonna answer the question? I just did. It's vague. It's up to you. But, I mean, hey, if it's up to me, I'm gonna go ahead and say that they're gay. Just about every shred of evidence points to this being the truth. A truth that Gege likely had to keep vague to keep his job. And yes, they can be gay without ever kissing or ever even admitting it to each other. I think the entire point of their relationship is just how close they got while both feeling more and more alone. They are yin and yang, light and dark, two sides of the same coin, always together but simultaneously separated. They weren't allowed by fate to come together. I think every little detail in this part of the story, no matter how small, if you look into it enough, you will find the through line that is this relationship. Their body language, Gojo's clues, the OST, Gege isn't allowed to confirm it, but he's basically hitting us over the head with it as hard as he can get away with. Think of the infamous KFC breakup. First of all, I don't know how you can think it isn't a doomed yaoi when they literally broke up, but the fact that it was in front of a KFC might legitimately be the furthest thing from a little throwaway detail. In Japan, KFC is a traditional Christmas meal, commonly enjoyed by lovers on December 24th. Yes, I'm 100% serious. What? If you don't believe me, you're free to do your own research. And yes, I am trying to say that I think that this taking place in front of a KFC is a purposeful, romantic detail. Gege could have just made this a random unmarked building, but he didn't. He modeled it after a real place. So I'm very confused when people say that it was just an accident. You don't accidentally draw a perfect KFC from real life. It foreshadows the day these two died, and even subtly cues the romance that they shared. As much as he pisses me off, I think Gege is really, really smart with how he handled this whole situation. He used the forced censorship not against himself, but in favor of his story to tell a really subtle, subdued, tragic, Shakespearean love story in the midst of his battle shonen. I said I wouldn't dwell on that airport scene at Gojo's end, but it's invaluable to remember that he died with only one regret. That Geto wasn't there to pat him on the back. Happy Pride Month. Stay curious.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We're going to throw that a like. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original edit. Go throw it some love. The video has been seen 210,000 times. Wow. Wow. Honestly, I think it comes down to how you see or how you read the material, I guess. Made a lot of good points. I'll say that. Certainly the original soundtrack is way over the top. Way over the top. To the point where it's basically beating it into you without saying it, you know? It's very much like a wink and a nudge, and it's just elbowing you so hard that you instantly bruise. Like, ow. It's one of those things. Like, obviously there's some forced censorship and whatnot. And I'm glad that even though there is censorship, they're smart enough to find ways to get around that and to wink wink, you know, really make it obvious, but without making it explicit. The fact that they're able to do that, certainly in China, of course, is impressive. Risky, very risky with your career and everything and your access and whatnot. But yeah, that's taking a lot of risk for sure. I love their tragic love. Indeed. It's an unbelievable ability to just get that message across without making it explicit. Like, that is impressive. Obviously, you have to work on body language and stuff like that, eye contact. Certainly in the Untamed, I keep going back to it, but they get so much emotion and connection across without ever explicitly saying it. It's crazy. Also, you said China. Did I say China? I was talking about China. SatoSugu, my 6 eyes tell me you're Suguru Geto, but my soul knows otherwise. /ship. This says Fanon. Best friends, both are deceased. Here. I think I've read this before, or like parts of it. During a period known as their Blue Spring of Youth, Geto and Gojo attend a Jujutsu High together, despite their conflicting philosophies. They become best friends and often fought together in battle. Wedge was driven into the relationship as both boys failed to protect Amanai from death. Geto spiraled down as he questioned his path as a jujitsu sorcerer, while Gojo grew immensely stronger. That's kind of an interesting dichotomy there of, you know, one taking a situation positively, one taking a situation negatively. Ultimately, I believe we get to choose how we take situations and how we apply it towards the future, whether you let it bring you down and it just kind of crumbles everything around you, or you fight and make it a more positive thing. Maybe you learn something from it, you adjust yourself. Well, Gojo grew immensely stronger and killed Guro, the murderer. Wow, okay. They grew further apart until Geto defected from Tokyo Jujutsu High with the goal of killing all non-sorcerers, until he became the worst curse user. Gojo took no action against him for close to a decade. Though Gojo ultimately killed Geto, they had one last heartfelt conversation beforehand. A little less than a year later, Kenjaku successfully used Geto's appearance to trap Gojo within the prison realm. He did so by reminding the latter man of his 3 years of Blue Spring, which caused the sealing condition to be met. That is just completely confusing and not at all a descriptor. Once freed from the prison realm, Gojo teleported to Kenjaku to self-admittedly put Geto's body to rest. When Sukuna intervened and became the main adversary, Gojo proposed to delay the fight, suggesting December 24th. An act that Kenjaku mocked as romantic, as it is the day Gojo killed Geto, in a well-known day for romance in Japan. On the day of the fight, Gojo, beaten by Sukuna, returns to the Blue Spring of his youth and sees Geto before his death. There he tells Geto about his troubles, an exciting battle against Sukuna. Geto expressed feeling a little jealous. Gojo quickly reassured Geto that he was irreplaceable to him. Gojo passes away with a smile. Eventually, Geto's body ends up being recovered. promised himself that he wouldn't let his teacher go through the pain of killing his best friend again. Yikes. That is rough. That is an absolutely tragic story. Holy cow. The fact that they knew each other as kids and then went through all that, and they went on different paths, and then ultimately they had to kill one another, or one had to kill the other. Like, that is brutal. Kajaku used Geto's body to make Gojo freeze in the same place so Gojo can be sealed away. Oh, okay. Damn. That is absolutely brutal. Jujutsu Kaisen, the complicated bond between Gojo and Geto. Gojo and Geto's friendship turned rivalry showcases how differing ideologies can lead to a fracture in relationships. Right. One chose to spiral. The other one chose to, seek revenge on the murderer. Death of Rico during a mission marked a turning point for Geto, leading him down a dark path of vengeance. Geto's disillusionment with the Jujutsu world fuels his radical beliefs, ultimately leading to a descent into villainy. Wow, that is unbelievable. It's a great story, I gotta say. Power grants him unparalleled analytical abilities and mastery over space manipulation. Also, Geto is a skilled sorcerer who excels in using curse techniques, manipulating special-grade cursed objects. Coupled with that, he can also consume and store cursed spirits within his body, granting him access to their techniques. From shared ideals to diverging paths. Childhood friends, students together, both are prodigies. Belief that the higher-ups in the Jujutsu Society are not good people. Deep bond and playfulness give both characters a genuine connection. While Gojo believes that the Jujutsu Society needs to be reformed, Geto becomes disillusioned with the constant suffering of the non-sorcerers at the hands of the cursed spirits and wishes to make a change. Turning point in the relationship, the death of Rico. Dang, that's unbelievable. That's the fork in the road, if you will. Sorcerers failed the mission. Despite Gojo and Geto's deadly combination, they could not protect the young Rico. And at that point, the first seed of hopelessness was sown in Geto. Gojo solicited to go on solo missions rather than the usual Gojo-Geto reconnaissance. Due to this development, Geto's solo missions involve continuous exorcism of cursed spirits while also having intrapersonal conflict within himself. As this personal conflict continues, Geto becomes at war with his principles and true essence in the Jujutsu world. While Gojo works on his personal growth and refuses to be shaped by the past, Geto spirals into darkness, begins questioning the purpose of protecting those who seem helpless against cursed spirits. Wow. That is... I love that. I love that, absolutely. Stress on Geto. Desire to take control and disillusionment to reinforce his radical beliefs paved the way for his violent actions sent into villainy in the series. In the end, the friend and colleague of Geto, once cherished, put an end to his life and warped beliefs. Jujutsu world. Damn. That is quite the that is quite the story of, two people that were close becoming distant. And that happens. I don't know if not in that way where you have to like kill the other person or whatever, but that does happen as you get older. You might be friends with somebody when you're younger or whatever, childhood friends. And then you get older, you start getting into different things, different music, different whatever you want to, one wants to go to heavy metal concerts while the other one gets into like pop music or something. It can be that simple and you just naturally part. I'm sure you've gone through it. I'm sure you've had friends that, you know, were inseparable from you and then eventually you stopped talking or talked less and then eventually just completely forgot about. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. It's very relatable. It's like get O. Gotcha. Jujutsu Kaisen. This is just kind of a brief overview, obviously. I think I've read most of this. Let's see if I can find anything interesting. Sorcerers, cursed technique masters, or shamans. People have ability to control the flow of cursed energy in their bodies, allowing them to use it as they please and reduce its release. High-ranking sorcerers and curses can refine this energy and use it to perform cursed techniques. Oh, looks like there's a new video game that came out 2024. Cursed Clash. Fighting game. Published by Bandai Namco. Classic. Done a lot of big games over the years. Released February 1st, 2024 on the Switch, PS4, PS5. Obviously, both generations of the most recent consoles. Received mixed to negative reviews due to a lackluster story mode, small character roster, poor netcode. What the heck is that? Commonly used by gamers relating to networking and online games. Players often infer bad netcodes when they experience lag or when their inputs are dropped. Oh, okay, so connection issues, basically. Underwhelming co-op mode. Adapted from the events of the first season of the anime. Game's single-player mode story follows Yuji, series protagonist, as he faces off against various monsters. Interesting. Cursed Clash features 16 playable characters. That doesn't seem like a small amount. 16? Players form teams of 2 fighters from the roster and battle CPU opponents or other people online. 16 does not seem small. That seems like even more than the original Mortal Kombat. Additional playable characters have been released as both paid and free downloadable content. Oh, okay. As well as 2 new story chapters based on the second season. I mean, it seems like, yeah, they got Gojo and Geto right there. Additional characters, DLC, of course. God, don't get me started on microtransactions and paid downloadable content. Oof. 44 out of 100 for PS4, Xbox Series X and S, 50 out of 100. Eurogamer gave it a 1 out of 5 for the PC. Good grief. Unbalanced, clunky, and frustrating gameplay. Disappointing story mode consisting mainly of image slideshows. Uninspired voice acting. Oh. So the cutscenes are literally just a comic, basically. Lack of local multiplayer. Honestly, that used to be a big thing, local multiplayer, but honestly, I don't think it is at this point. You know, how many times do you have 4 people gathered in one area to play one video game? Usually it's just online at this point. Ultimately failed to live up to the potential of a fighting game adaptation, such as popular series as Jujutsu Kaisen, with Parker arguing it was an obvious attempt to capitalize on the IP's popularity while providing a quality game experience. Kind of want to see a video on this. See if we can find some gameplay here. I know I'm kind of going off in a different direction here, but it's interesting. Let's see. We get some gameplay here? Come on now. what do we got? Oh, it is. Oh my gosh.
He's pouting because he didn't get to fight.
Poor little baby.
Oh my gosh. No, Noah got slammed. Holy crap, that's the cutscene? Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mission information. A lot of reading. A lot of freeze frames.
Didn't say we'd come back. I said no, girl.
Oh my gosh.
Find her later. Right now we.
What does the gameplay look like?
You're both out. Give me some kind of signal. And then.
Here we go.
Get it. Come on.
Use your own power. Don't.
Oh my. Yeah, it's literally just screenshots from the anime.
I'll burn you to nothing.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that character animation though.
So predictable.
And it goes right back to the screenshots.
Surprisingly, you and I both are apparently classified as special grade.
Oh, that's brutal.
Good job.
Right
Pick 'em
side.
up.
I mean, combat might be fun for a little bit, but good grief. Having screenshots with like a sentence of dialogue is brutal. Just brutal. Wow. Lackluster story mode. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up, I suppose. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh god. Wow. Okay, that was definitely some cash grab going on there. All right, let's start the next video. Winter is Coming #1. This is SKZ Code, aka Stray Kids, episode 1. Episode 1. Let's go ahead and jump in. Let's go ahead and adjust this because I know we're going to need some closed captioning. Otherwise, we're going to be completely lost. Let's jump in. Let's do it.
There were 8 families in the kingdom of Stray Kids. Chris Dark. Grey Lino. Sawtell. Targaryen. Han Rathian. Felly. Minister.
I'm dead. This is hilarious.
And IRL. But only one of them can occupy the throne. A battle amongst the families will unfold on a snowfield. Who will be seated on the throne?
내가 지금 왕 정하는 거야.
누가 왕 앞에서 시끄럽게 떠드는가? 야, 나는
And they're loud instantly.
아싸 왕 너 안 돼. 오케이. 야 나라를 잃었다.
Chaos ensues.
자 그러면 우리 그 자기 소개나 한번 해볼까?
그래. 뭘 자기 소개냐?
I am 그라운드 자기 소개하기. 나는 한라태용. 형 해야지.
나는 그레이리노.
오케이.
나는 크리스타크.
오케이.
나는 타리카라.
이런 거 본 적이 없어.
야, 저 나는 야.
타가리안.
나는 휘리. 필릭스? 몰라.
오케이 자 창민.
What's up, ADDButterfly?
설태. 설태?
야 너무 더럽다. 야.
아니 여러분 너무 더럽다.
서르텔.
나 뭐였지? 나는 미니스터.
미니스터?
야 육개장 큰 사발면 하나.
아 다들 먹고 싶은 거 말해. 내가 갖다 줄 테니까.
육개장 큰 사발면이요.
나 진순이.
자 우리 막내. 아이셀입니다.
뭐?
아이셀? 아이렐이에요 아이렐. 아이렐이야?
다들 본인의 왕국 이름도 모름.
멀쩡한 건 나밖에 없구만.
자 이게 각자 이름이 아니라 각자의 그 가문이라는 거지?
네 맞아요. 가문의 이름.
예를 들어 뭐 타가리안 가문의 누구이다 약간 이런 식인 거 같아.
난 그럼 그레이리노야? 그레이리노야. 말귀를 못 알았냐? 그레이리노야. 이건 당구 큐 때가 될 수도 있고.
A billiard cue.
무섭다.
자 저희가 뭐 그 왕이 데려왔죠? 네. 뭐 저희가 많은 게임을 통해서 저희가 왕자리를 막 서로 차지하려고 열심히 경쟁을 할 거예요. 여러분 열심히 경쟁해 주길 바라겠습니다. 자 저는 심판해 보겠습니다 여러분. 왕이 될 자에겐 정보가 필요하지. 주대요?
그래 주대다.
주대왕은
나다.
다들 주대가 없으니까 근본이 없는 거야.
근본.
근본 킬. 아
어디?
파란색.
왜요?
아
뭘 던져서? 주대자. 창빈이 형이 하자.
창빈이 형. 돼지왕님이요.
설태 가문의 대기왕자라고.
돼지.
설태 가문의 대기왕자래요.
나 영영 못 내려가면 안 되는 거지?
돼.
오케이.
Oh boy, almost bit it immediately.
눈. 라이트. 왜 이렇게 멀어?
안 돼.
야야야야.
Oh gosh.
야왜 아무도 안 봐?
Oh god.
아 상이 마이크 위에 넘어졌나 봐.
야 그거 걸린 거 같아. 영상? 치지.
Hemorrhoids. Oh my gosh, he definitely bit it.
대기왕자 이제 고를게요. 네. 눈 피하지 마요. 저는 댕댕이를 고르겠습니다.
미니스터 가문의 댕댕이. 하나, 둘, 셋, go!
Oh gosh, this would be very fun.
내가 내려오겠지 뭐. 저렇게 느려? 야, 쟤왜 이렇게 느려?
He's so slow. Can't even get the flag. Oh. Some of these sound effects are just dead on.
얘 몇 초예요? 너무 느려. 너 근데 너 뒤에서 볼 때 진짜 내 싫어. 싫어.
포카로 하겠습니다.
싫어. 두렵다.
A lot of arm movements, a lot of high elbows.
이거 각오를 뭐 얘기해봤자 어차피 주대 있게 직접 갔다 오고 판단해야 돼. 붕 치고 빵 치고 붕 치고 빵.
요.
Oh. love how everyone almost immediately always falls. It's different. You've never run on snow. It is not easy. Oh. Oh, that was beautiful. Taking the outside path. Easy.
네, 다음 참가자는 아니야, 형 마지막에 시켜버려. 오케이. 왜? 뭐야? 힘 빠지지. 마지막에 시켜버려. 아이씨. 아이씨. 우리와 같이 갑시다. 오케이. 나 먼저 하는 게 나아, 이현아. 이현이로 하겠습니다.
지금 강력한 빵이 돼보도록 하겠습니다. 강력빵! 아무도 안 듣네. 강력분으로 가자, 강력분. 저기요, 제발 좀 들어주세요.
죄송합니다.
자, 그냥!
All you gotta do is just see where they're running up and just go the other way. Because there's no chance they're gonna be able to turn on the snow. He's got to play angles. There he goes. Faking right, going left. Perfect.
꼬라서 지금 한 살 먹었다고 이렇게 힘드냐? 내가 앞에서 경험했어. 왜 이렇게 힘들어? 다음 누구야? 현지력으로 하겠습니다.
타가리언. 저 중간에 리노 형이 저 팀킬 했어요.
무슨 소리? 팀킬?
이게 눈 오타 뒤에서 갑자기 돌을 던지는 거예요. 제가 허리가 좀 안 좋거든요. 네, 늦게 뛰어도 양해 부탁드립니다.
3, 2, 1.
여기 좁았다. 야, 너무 힘들어. 그러고 있는데.
야, 이거.
Oh my gosh.
눈이 안 퍼지네.
All right, spin moves. Oh.
여기 일로 와. 뭐? 32점. 와, 진짜 빠르다.
별거 아닙니다. 리노 안 했어. 리노 안 했어.
리노 안 했네.
그래 리노야. 그래 리노야. 파이팅. 그래 리노. 파이팅.
3.
Oh my gosh. It's conserving energy. Honestly, the first to go had the best attempt. Or maybe the second. That way the people running up the hill also had issues. A little tired, a little strained, can't run as fast. Oh my god. There goes his mic pack.
몇 초예요? 3분 걸리지 않았나요?
이 형이 내려올 때 그냥 내려오면 괜찮은데 이러면서 내려오니까 저건 죽겠다 막다 해가지고 깃발을 가는 도중에 꽂을 수도 있었구나. 와서 꽂는 게 아니고.
That was brutal.
예, 정해주시면 좋겠는데.
He was ready to stab.
나왔죠? 빌깅 갑시다. 빌깅. 호주도 나왔습니다. 그래, 반호심은 마지막에 뛰어야지. 가자.
오케이.
용복 렛츠고.
피리는 가겠습니다.
필리 가문의 병아리. Hello, chick.
준비되면 알려주세요. 3, 2, 1, 네. 계속 가서.
야.
Oh. Half the time you just think you're falling. Oh.
몇 초예요?
와.
30초? 진짜로요?
진짜요?
너무 빠른데?
아 너무 빠른데? 아 안 바뀌죠.
리더는 20초 때
Yeah, running would be running downhill on snow. Good grief.
여러분, 저희 리더는 10초 이상을 못 넘깁니다.
The fact that they didn't fall more is amazing.
요즘 얼마나 일찍 자는데?
어제 25이라고 이제 막 잠도 20시간이나 자고.
그러니까.
피곤했어.
오케이, 자 그러면
크리스타크 가문의 토니 스타크입니다.
Tony Stark of Chris Stark.
아우!
자, 어디가?
왜? 다 지친 거야?
야, 갈 수 있어. 야,
나랑 썰매 탈 사람.
야, 올 때 다리에다 눈을 뿌리면.
그래.
가자.
야, 근데 너무 빨라. 잠깐만, 너무 빨라.
뭐야? 야!
놓쳤어? 놓쳤네.
내가 봤을 때 10초도 안 됐어.
야, 언제 내려왔대?
느낌상.
야, 눈 짚고 있었는데 사람 이렇게 지나가던데.
형 아주 안 죽었네.
23 seconds.
그래서 마늘 아직 23살이거든요. 마늘 아직 23살이야.
Dang. That was quick.
야!
그러니까 이렇게 끌면 되는 거야. 아, 여기? 아니, 뭐 얘기해봐요.
한쪽만 고르면 되는 거죠?
아, 얘기해봐요. 뭐야?
얘기해봐요. 자, 우리 크리스타크의 토니 스타크가 왕이 되었습니다, 여러분.
멋있다. 질문이요. 저 왕이 되셨으니까 공약 같은 거 있을 거 아니에요?
공약이요?
아이, 설마 왕인데 공약 안 지키는 사람이 어디 있습니까?
야,
이 대한민국에서.
자기가 왕 되면 여기 있는 모든 분들에게 치킨 1일 딱으로 시켜준다고 했는데 그걸 안 지키진 않겠지?
안 지키면 이게 나라냐?
야, 나는 반란!
너안 할래, 왕.
야, 이런 식으로 할 거면 나도 20초 안에 갔다 왔지.
I don't want to be king.
자, 어쨌든 왕이 되신 거 축하합니다. 축하해요. 크리스타크 만세! 크리스타크 만세! 만세!
어허. 야, 뺏으면 되네.
그럼.
Sled with water. Oh, the waste to spill.
흘리면 진짜 너무 어렵다. 야, 이거 젖으면 진짜 끝난 거야. Yo, Tony Stark, let's go.
자, 그럼 제가 먼저 순서를 정해볼게요. 아까랑은 좀 다를 거예요.
네. 본보기를 보여주죠. 먼저 하세요.
아까는 창빈이가 먼저 했잖아요.
네.
그럼 이번에는 창빈이가 먼저 할 거예요.
오케이. 야, 나도 왕 해보자. 멤버들 나 갔다 올게.
갔다 오지 마.
잘 다녀와.
야, 나 썰매 놀이 해줄 사람. 나요. 야, 현진아, 내가 놀아줄게. 야, 나 좀 끌어봐.
All right, some of these sound effects actually work. I usually complain about them, but these are working.
망했어.
형, 1리터야?
오야, 진짜 많이 나오는데?
갑니다. Let's go.
Oh. They are on it. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, that was good. It like went up and then back in.
여기까지 와가지고 얘들한테 딱 흘리는 거 아니야?
Ooh.
형 흘렸어? 야, 몇 리터? 야, 말도 안 돼.
No, ZeeNunew is the next video.
마이크. 저 2리터 물병인데 2리터를 줘.
그치, 2리터 물병인데 3리터 줄 순 없잖아.
자, 그러면 다음으로 하고 싶은 사람 있나요?
저요.
자, 그럼 우리 한이 마지막으로 갈게요. 다음 타자는 댕댕이로 가겠습니다. 승민이로
아까랑 다른 게 없는데?
아니, 달라.
They got the GoPro strapped to the helmet.
지금 댕댕이야.
아, 그렇구나.
멤버들 내가 저거 처음으로 한 선배님이잖아. 내가 팁 하나 줘?
아니요, 괜찮아요, 꼰대님.
나한테 보고 배울 건 없었어요, 근데. 보고 배울 게 없긴 해. 그러니까 팁이 그거예요. 저처럼 하지 말라고요. 우리 그러면 운동을 한번 해볼까요?
안 하던 짓 하지 마.
나 쉬는 날에도
그래,
이게
안
어떻게
하는 짓
쳐고
하지
왔어? 나 여기서 뭐 한번 보여줘?
보여줘. 벗어봐. 벗어봐.
싫어! 이게 생각보다 무거워요.
생각보다 무겁다기보다는 딱 봐도 무거워.
딱 봐도 무거운데 내가 생각보다 무겁다고 해서 많이 불편했구나 마음이. 야, 형 진짜 미안하다.
괜찮아. 원래 그런 실수
그런 걸로 상처받지 않아줬으면 좋겠어.
야, 저거 왔다.
저거. 야, 이제 등장하는
김저거.
야, 멋있다. 야, 저거요.
야, 저거야. 얼른 와라, 저거야.
야, 그냥 접어. 렉스
야, 쟤 물 따르는데?
Oh.
아, 최소한으로 해가지고 그건 지키려나 보다. 아, 그거 안 돼. 좀 미련하지.
I don't think that's gonna work.
젖기 싫어서 그래, 지금.
아, 젖기 싫어서 그래.
I don't think that's gonna work.
온다.
It's already coming out.
야, 다 봐준다.
야, 브레이크 잘하는데? 뭐야? 꽤 잘하는데?
Maybe.
야, 잘하네.
But hopefully it didn't pour too much.
잘했다, 근데.
야, 죽겠다.
거의 다 살렸는데? 자, 빨리 진행할게요. 자, 우리 그렇게 하고 싶었던 우리 한이가 하지 말고 우리 리노로 갈게요.
안녕하.
리노 내려와.
물 버렸어. Let's go, 리노. Put your hands up. 오, 온다.
All right, little pour out as well in this one, I think.
근데 물이 하나도 안
Oh! Oh my gosh.
야, 얼음 녹여와요. 야, 진짜 아파.
저 물 다시 채우는 거야. 야, 저거 물. 야, 똑똑하네.
똑똑하네.
야, 물 다시 채우고 있어.
야, 1등이다, 형. 리노 형 아주.
와. 야, 물
Oh,
다
more water just left because he packed it in.
야, 뒷모습 왜 이렇게 초라하냐, 쟤.
박수.
탈락해주세요.
탈락했지만 큰 웃음을 줬기 때문에 난 형 1등이라고 생각해. 형이 내 마음속 1등이야. 그래, 고맙다.
You're the winner in my heart.
갑자기 저 하고 싶어졌어요. 나 안 해.
아, 이엔이 하고 싶었어?
네.
이엔이 하고 싶으면 이엔이가 해야지. 우리 이엔이. 네, 우리 이엔이. 야, 왕 봐봐. 갔다 올게. 이엔아, 화이팅! 우리 이엔이 보고 싶어.
잘하는데?
Not doing bad. Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
다 쏟았어.
다 젖었다. 야, 근데 많이 나왔네.
야, 근데 나쁘지 않았는데? 야, 이엔아. 야, 그쪽에 보려면 어떡해.
너무 젖었는데. 야, 너 꼴이 말이 아니다.
Something tells me the
야, 앞엔 보이냐?
face cam is just
자, 그럼 다음.
unusable footage because they've never shown it.
저기 있죠?
I don't think I've seen it yet.
한나텔로. 한나텔로랑 필리. 이게 둘이 가위바위보 한번 해볼게요. 오케이.
오케이.
왕자의 게임 가위바위보. 자, 그럼 필리가 할게요.
오케이. 진짜요? 이긴 사람 기분이 좋으니까 진 사람이 맞서 하면 되지. Put your hands up. 안 들려? 안 들려.
Put your left foot.
야, 눈이 부셔서 보이지 않아?
플렉스 화이팅!
내려오는 거지?
내려오긴 하는 거지.
야, 그런 식으로 내려면 1등 할 수 있어. 잘 가라.
It just goes down slow. Oh, that's smart. Just use your feet as brakes.
똑똑하네. 게임을 잘하는 거. 진짜요?
Brilliant move.
원래 2리터죠?
Yes.
자, 그 바로 다음으로 우리 현진이 갈게요.
네.
다가리 현.
Unfortunately, you're not the last.
나 갈게. 다 가려.
All you gotta do is just go down slow.
가자.
Oh my,
진짜 꿀짤이다.
Just.
걔 없었는데? 재밌어. 팝콘 주세요, 팝콘.
야, 앞이 안 보여. 야, 이거 재도전 해야 되는 거 아니냐? 아니지. 아니야.
That was amazing.
마음이 들어있어, 마음이. 앞이 안 보이는 순간 난 모든 걸 잃었어.
시각을 포기했다.
지금도 안 보여.
야, 현진이 다 젖었어. 진짜 다 젖었어. 아, 어떡해.
야, 나 소라게 같아.
소라게 한번 해줘. 예.
자, 그럼 바로 그렇게 기다렸던 제가 갈게요.
잠시만요. 저 형이랑 맞장구 뜨고 올게요. 여러분 맞장구 들으세요. 다치는 거 아니야?
다치라 그래 마.
형 다칠 것 같아요. 형 건강 챙겨요. 형
Think about your health.
가져야죠.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
야, 네가 재밌게 잘 탔어.
야, 진짜 재밌었어. 야, 넌 진짜 잘 탔어. 나한테 기회를 줘.
지금 한 바퀴요? 죽기 전에 이거 하면 안 되지.
That was amazing. That was really well done. Obviously well thought of. I think I saw a movie that had something like that in it. I can't remember what it was called. It was like a winter movie, and the contest was you filled a pitcher of beer, and the one with the least amount coming down the hill was had to pay for everybody's rounds for the night, or like dinner or something. I can't remember the name of it, but very similar. That was very funny. Very funny. The editing team was definitely on point, as we were mentioning. I'm definitely going to throw that a like. That was awesome. That was very cool. Link down below in the description for the original video. Go throw it some much deserved love, and check out the other episodes as well, and whatever else the Stray Kids put on their channel. Sure, you'll enjoy it. There's 63 or 64 episodes out now. Oh my gosh. They got their own TV show. It's amazing. Something about that. I think it's really clever, honestly. I think it's incredibly clever to have that level of content game. It's incredible. Very funny. Obviously, they get along very well. To have that many people that you can just hang out with and enjoy your time with and work with, I mean, it is a pleasure. Gotta be. So jealous of that. Let's look up some information here. Be proud of him. Fans react as Stray Kids Felix is reported to be featured on Solo Leveling Reawakening OST alongside Lisa. On November 26th, literally 3 days ago, Stray Kids Felix and Japanese singer Lisa reportedly collaborated on the latest OST, Solo Leveling Reawakening, compilation film of a popular anime, Solo Leveling. Anime is scheduled to make a spectacular comeback with the release of Reawakening. Be released internationally on December 6th, so a couple days away. Reportedly feature Felix and Lisa's OST Reawaker. Previously, Lisa collaborated with Stray Kids for the latter's song Social Path from the K-pop group's third Japanese language EP in 2023. For the Unversed, the first season of Solo Leveling ran from January 7th to March 31st, 2024. In addition to being a recap of the first season, the forthcoming anime movie will be screened with the first 2 episodes of the second season. That's super smart. In case people don't know what it is, maybe they're just getting into it. It's amazing. I wonder why Western artists don't do stuff like that besides the really stupid reality shows. Yes, that is a great point. Usually they're, on the downswing of their fame when they're doing those reality shows. It's brutal to watch. Things that come to mind, Dancing with the Stars, Celebrity Rehab even, they are usually pretty bad. I've seen artists like Coi Leray actually did like a cooking show that she did a couple episodes of and uploaded it to her YouTube channel, which I thought was very interesting. I think Saweetie had a couple videos like that. Other than that, I can't think of anyone else that's really used their platform, their fame for being an artist in any other capacity. Like usually it's just tour and albums and that's about it. So it'd be interesting to see that more from Western artists. I'm shocked it's not more of a thing. It makes sense. You have this huge platform. People know you. People have subscribed to your YouTube channel. They're following you on social media by the millions. And you're doing nothing with it. What is that? I think during the pandemic, it got more. It definitely got more popular during that. But it's a shame. It's a shame they're not doing more of that. Like, this is such a clever idea. You know, it gets people interested in you. Maybe they don't even know your music. Maybe they just know you from this content. You know, when I first saw Coi Leray's cooking videos, maybe I had heard one of her songs or like part of her song on social media, but I knew her from the cooking videos. And then I'm looking at the channel. I'm like, oh, there's music on here too. Like, there's a chance there that you're going to get people that have no idea what you do on the regular. It's very interesting. But it's weird that they don't do it, obviously. Meanwhile, Stray Kids fans were thrilled to learn that Felix has collaborated on a song for the popular anime. One fan wrote, Felix is not a damsel in distress. He does not need our protection. What? But it was a clever poll to make us forget about the OST. Look at what he accomplished this year. Felix needs our support, not for us to pity him. Be proud of him. Huh? Fans expressed their excitement over Lisa and Stray Kid Felix collaboration, flooded social media. Solo leveling is so good, and to have Lisa and Felix on a song for said anime is so cool. See, that makes sense. What the hell was this making sense for? Needs our support, not for us to pity him. Why would you pity him? What does that mean? I woke up and saw that Felix collaborating with Lisa on the OST for Solo Leveling Reawakening. I couldn't stop myself and got the tickets for the movie. Always support him and his work. Amazing work, no matter what. That's a bit of an odd connection. Like, I get it. He's part of the soundtrack, but supporting a movie based on that, like, I don't see the connection there. I could see buying the song when it starts or streaming it or whatever. They get paid for that. I don't know how much they get paid for streaming, but it's probably not a lot. But just buying the song, you know, from whatever marketplace you buy songs from, that seems like a more direct support. Wait, no, WTF. I adore Solo Leveling so much. Like, I've reread it like 5 times, and now 2 things I love are merging. See, that's cool. That makes more sense. Others highlighted how anime lovers would get an opportunity to listen to Stray Kids' Felix vocals and rap abilities. After Social Path, I was obsessed with their voices together, and now we're getting a song with both of them? If you don't know, Solo Leveling is an anime based on a very famous manhwa that everyone is waiting for. It'll be one of the strongest animes this winter. Really big opportunity for Felix. You'll see a lot of locals admiring him for the 1,000th time. Actually, Solo Leveling is a comic that I read 5 times a month. Wow. Now, when it was made into a live animation, they collaborated with my favorite idol. Should be noted that this is yet to be confirmed by official sources. What? That's weird. So I guess it's just leaked. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I love the fact that they can do other things. Like, they're not just locked into the group and the group only. It's very much like an independent contractor kind of contract where, yes, you are part of Stray Kids. You are in the group. You're doing group things. But you want to do a solo song, you want to do an original soundtrack song with somebody else, like they allow you the freedom to do that, or they are part of that. That's super cool. That is so cool. I think that would keep a lot of Western artists together in bands if they could put out a solo song, if they want to put out a solo song. But I think the music contracts over here are just, well, they're known as predatory. So I'm assuming they don't allow for that, or maybe you got to put that in there somehow. I don't know, but it seems like a lot of them break up just for the fact that they want to go off and do their own thing, and they can't because of the contract. So that'd be nice to see, honestly. Stray Kids is with Republic Records here in the US. Maybe they put that contract together in reflection of K-pop contracts where they can go off and do their own thing, maybe. But it seems like never, ever has there been a case where people can put out solo records and then also be in a group. It seems like so many bands and groups break up because of that. So obviously Republic Records has given them kind of a unique contract as opposed to most other groups in the US. Sneak peek of the song is out, and it's so cool. Nice. Stray Kids Han captivates with vibrant energy and solo teaser for Hold My Hand. K-pop does solos. Some groups do solo songs and still be in the group, and some still go on their own and stay solo. Yeah, it's definitely different. I wish more Western artists had those kind of deals, but it seems like they're kind of locked in whenever they sign something. Stray Kids is set to release their new album, SKZ Hop Hip Tape. Hop It and its title track, Walking on Water, on December 13th, ahead of the release on November 28th, literally yesterday. The group unveiled a solo teaser video featuring Han, titled Stray Kids Hop Unveil track Hold My Hand, on their social media channels. In the teaser, Han delivers a lively performance, playing the guitar energetically, moving freely to the rhythm, showcasing his musical talent and individuality. Final scenes where Han runs towards an unknown destination or gazes at his counterpart through a split screen amplify curiosity about the story and his emotions he aims to convey through his solo track. Again, releasing on December 13th, 2 p.m. KST. That's midnight Eastern Standard Time here in the U.S. Each guy has a solo song, and each will have a video. That's awesome. It's really cool. That is super neat. Stray Kids and Tom Morello break down origins of Come Play with Young Miko. Made for a second season of Arcane, the League of Legends-inspired Netflix series. Really? For the second season of Arcane, Netflix's expansive animated television show set in the world of League of Legends. Appropriately wide-ranging array of artists stepped up to take on the music for the original soundtrack. This includes the likes of 21 Pilots, Stromae, Marcus King, Eshniko, and D4VD. Looks like David, maybe. But a star-studded collaboration between K-pop group Stray Kids, good grief, Tom Morello, and Puerto Rican rapper and singer Young Miko stands out from the track list. 3 acts, each offering a distinct musical style and perspective, joins forces for Come Play, a song that appeared in the episode that hit Netflix on November 23rd. Powerful, energetic track radiates the energy of high stakes and a long road to victory. The theme doesn't feel out of place in Morello's extensive discography. It also feels like familiar dynamic ground for Stray Kids. Unlike the usual vocal recording process we've always done, we were requested to relax and relieve the tension while recording, recalls Stray Kids Lee No. But at the same time, we're also requested to sing the track powerfully. So I remember myself trying to figure out how I should sing the track both powerfully yet in a relaxed way. That's such a good quote and hilarious. I personally loved the track very much, so the entire recording process was also very fun, says Ian. Still stays with me as a fun memory. For Tom Morello, influential member of Rage Against the Machine and Audio Slave, working with Stray Kids felt deeply exciting. Quote, I pride myself on being sort of fearless in who it is that I will collaborate with. I love the idea of going well outside my comfortable political hard rock safety zone. It's something that has served me very well in the past in expanding my sonic boundaries. That is an interesting phrase, as well as learning from new audiences. Interesting. We wanted to meet very high standards set by Arcane in general. Diverse collaboration of artists. Eager to perhaps introduce some people that might not be familiar with guitar-driven music. Interesting. Bluish gray, red, and yellow. Jin, listening to Come Play makes me think of a bluish gray color. I think it's because the track has an intense yet somewhat cold vibe to it. Sungmin, as the track is very exciting and intense, it reminds me of red and yellow colors. The red matches the intensity, power of the song, while yellow represents the electricity the song has. Changbin, we only participated in the track vocals this time, but we really tried to picture the dynamic scenes of Arcane in our heads, portray them in our vocals. Arcane is a show full of emotions and epicness. Really helped us get an idea of how we should record this track. Han says it was really new and interesting to sing in a track that is nothing similar to the music we've done before. We put a lot of thought into what kind of vocal tone we should use for certain parts, not only during the recording, but even before the recording. Since we had to experience a new style of singing, we eventually got to unlock a new vocal set. Overall, it was a pretty good experience for us. Bang Chen, the song itself is very energetic and combat worthy, which suits the whole vibes of Arcane. I guess you could put yourself into the character's shoes when listening to the song. Felix, I think Jinx really resonates with the song. The lyrics, do you want to come play, sounding both fun yet seriously thrilling, matches so well with Jinx's mood. Very cool. I'm wondering, all right. Play like 2 seconds of this. I'm not going to show the video because I'm assuming the video is going to get grabbed instantly. Oh, I think it's just still.
You're not alone. Look at my shadow, I'm behind you like a ghost. Mission die a legend, isn't go the way I flow. Taking all the shots, landing free throws. Baseball, double stick guys, turn them all to stone. And shout out to the born, 내가 갚을때면 now leave you begging for more. 뱃속에 피는 겨넣어, 그 문을 여는 순간 더 이상.
I'm definitely catching the Rage Against the Machine influence. Oh, this is great. Very catchy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's a damn good song. Yeah, you could definitely tell the Rage Against the Machine influence pretty much instantly. 7 best moments from Stray Kids Explosive Lollapalooza. I can't remember if we looked at this. I think we see if there's anything that jumps out at me. Changbin and Han displayed true hip-hop prowess with lightning-fast rap styles. For new observers or curious potential fans, S-Class was a catchy introduction, but Freeze served as the ultimate hook, proving that Stray Kids are the real deal. Oh, that'd be an interesting... Stray Kids would be an interesting Super Bowl halftime show. Honestly, it's kind of amazing they haven't done... I don't think they've done a K-pop group for Super Bowl halftime show. That would be huge. That would be pretty big. Maybe it was the result of the Chicago heat, but Felix also frequently drenched himself in water. adding a glowing, dripping aura to his onstage presence. What is that? Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. As a result, he became a #1 trending topic across social media. Perhaps more importantly, set a new standard for K-pop artists to fully embrace their rock star attitudes. Oh yeah, it's Billboard. If they did it, it would definitely be BTS first. Yeah, I definitely think it would. But it'd be, honestly, it's surprising they haven't done it yet. Felix in all caps trending. That's hilarious. That's freaking hilarious. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine this, being 24 years old and being a Versace global ambassador? That's a heck of a resume right there. 24 years old. Met Gala photographers Stray Kids ridicule exposes need for greater cultural inclusivity in Western entertainment. What? 2024 Met Gala should have been a strictly star-powered triumph for Stray Kids, and the current faces of Tommy Hilfiger set a historic first at fashion's biggest night out. Yet amid the glamour, Stray Kids fans and possibly some of the members themselves were left with the experience marred by their disrespectful treatment by red carpet photographers, highlighting the systemic barriers still faced by non-Western artists in Hollywood. What? Those reporters got the wrath of the fans after that? I bet they did. 8-member Billboard 200 chart toppers attended the Met Gala, marked the first time an entire group has hit the glitzy gala together. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Met Gala is known for wacky pushing the boundaries of fashion. Usually we're going to see a lot of what's a good way to put this? It's a good way to put this. Lots of barely clothing. You know what I mean? Like barely there clothing. And just odd choices, wacky choices, high fashion, as some call it. Making their Met Gala debut in custom designed suits alongside Tommy Hilfiger himself. Wow. There you go. Showing up with Tommy Hilfiger. Members Bang Chan, Changbin, Lee No, Yoonjin, Felix, Han, Seungmin, and IN arrived at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, also known as MoMA, collectively in navy jackets that would soon reveal the custom fits in various shades of the clothing brand's signature red, white, and blues underneath. Sounds pretty cool. But a few feet away, amid the flurry of camera flashes that surrounded all sides of the gala entrance, derogatory comments, really, from on-site photographers groaning about the group's, quote, robot demeanor. Robot demeanor. So they were just, what, stoic? I guess that's another word for it. There's usually a theme to it. Yeah, that's true. I totally forgot about that. Annoyed that the reveal took place with their backs to one of the group of photogs. Well, you have to pick a side. If you have photographers in front and back of you, half of you are not getting a very good shot. Like, that's just to be expected. That's ridiculous. And thinking the band would only understand Korean reveal the thinly veiled prejudices that still plague the industry. Note, the video below includes subtitles that don't always match what can be heard.
How many are there? Guys, you can step back.
Guys, you need to be on the same level.
Back up. Get close.
He's close to your
Move back.
Level off.
The amount of times I've heard audio of photographers on red carpets just yelling the most insane crap. Like, obviously, they're all trying to get the perfect shot, right? But this is ridiculous.
Close! Level up! Can everybody face us straight? They're diagonal. That guy's like 20,000 feet back. We need them straight. Parallel, parallel. Get closer, closer. Get further, man. Why are they? Can you guys get closer together?
I mean, they seem pretty close. I mean, what do you want them to do? Hug? You want them to be arm in arm? Like, what the hell? Like, have a wide angle lens. There you go. It's 8 people, right? 3, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 people. What do you expect? If you're that, look how close they are. Look at how freaking close these guys. Of course they're going to be angry. Like, what the hell? Oh, it's so stupid. Like, if you're that close and you're trying to take a photo of 8 people, it is not going to work. It's not going to work. Unless you have, like, I don't know, a fisheye lens or something. Like, there's no chance. Now, the people behind them probably have a great shot. Probably have a pretty good shot. Good grief.
All that, and right there, guys. And after you guys get I'll just take a headshot of each of you. How about that? How about a cool photo? Can I get you all right down here for me? Right down here.
I mean, that's a pretty cool photo.
Come on, yeah, do it. All right, guys, tone it down. Tone it down, gentlemen. What the fuck is I've never seen so many emotional faces in my life. Yeah, right?
Have you been to a model agency? Obviously, they've never seen, like, what's that one? It was like Project Runway or something, where the whole point is to be like as straight a face as you can be, so that each photo you're taking is the same, right? Because if you're smiling for a couple steps and then you're frowning, or you're normal, every shot you take can be different. So you're trying to keep the same face throughout the entire thing. My sister showed me them at the Met Gala before I knew anything about them, and I said they looked like they were all attending. Maybe we're waiting tables for a wedding, funeral, and Hogwarts all at the same time. I mean, they still serve. Those face visual cards are maxed out, but I stand by what I said. Yeah, I mean, look, Tommy Hilfiger has a certain design. You see, actually, when I looked at their jackets, I was thinking of the Olympics. Because usually the Olympics, if you saw like the opening ceremony of the U.S., kind of looks similar. The double-breasted jacket. Some of them obviously have like a more trench coat kind of vibe to it. But certainly the shorter ones, just immediately, it was giving Olympics opening ceremony. This video raises my blood pressure. Yeah, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
So many emotional faces in my life. Yeah, right? Oh, the reveal. Oh, now we gotta do it again. Maybe now we can get it this time. Now let's do it with feeling.
There's photographers over there.
They're in like a dance. They're gonna start performing. I think they are gonna start performing. Right?
Honestly, I can't blame them. I don't know if that was predetermined that they were going to turn and then do it, or they just saw those reporters and were like, I don't like these guys. Let's do it the other way.
Turn this way. Whoa, look at us. I can get you at least. You guys are blocking people. You gotta be on the same level. Guys. Come straight ahead, guys. Straight ahead. This way. Something crazy. Straight ahead. Everybody jump. How do you say right in Korean?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, guys. As you were. As you were. Don't put them on the green. Please. You know, hey. You never know.
Meanwhile, this guy's up next, just like.
They're gonna all 2 K-pop bands. They'll be searching for days. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That's nuts. They all know English. Those guys were total jerks. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, God. That was... If you've ever seen any sort of paparazzi in the U.S., interaction with any star, they are brutal. 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 They're demanding. They want you to answer questions. This is just ridiculous. Good grief. It's 8 people, and you're like 5 feet away. There's no way you're getting them all in one shot. There's no chance. Some paps said people would get confused because the group took photos with their coats on and off. Racist stereotype that people of Asian descent are challenging to differentiate visually. Or maybe they were just like, well, if you take a photo with your coats on and then coats off, maybe people will think it's different years of the Met Gala. I can't even justify what the hell that was. That's crazy. One photographer can be heard making his peers laugh after joking that viewers would think 2 K-pop bands attended the Met Gala. Oh my God. I didn't hear that. From this reporter's findings from the last 48 hours, no one has made that mistake. Yeah, right. Incident shed some light on some unfair challenges international celebrities like Stray Kids face navigating less familiar territory in pursuit of global success. Let's see here. Singers will face barriers and a dismissive attitude towards their presence. Reflects a lack of understanding while underscoring the need for greater cultural sensitivity, inclusivity, and entertainment. Most of the kids' media experiences with Korean and Japanese events, which have systems and red carpets structured differently than in the U.S. At a typical K-pop event, press conference, or awards show, there's a platform for artists to pose for photographers who are all collectively shooting together during a dedicated photo time. That's probably because they're used to larger groups, right? They're used to larger groups, as opposed to the Met Gala, which I'm assuming they're just planning for, 2 people max, maybe 3 people. Maybe that's why it is the way it is. Although they did have stairs. They have those stairs going up, and there was reporters on the other side that were on different levels. So they probably got great shots. They probably got incredible shots. What they're mad about is the fact that they got terrible seats, basically. Terrible seats. Good grief. Didn't this prelude the doxing incident? I don't really know anything about it. It's sounding familiar. Within like a day, the talkative jerk got doxed. Jeez. Number one, I never support doxing. No matter what. No matter what, no matter who did it, what they did, whatever, doxing is never okay. But yeah, that was a total jerk for sure. Well, there was a couple of jerks, I guess, because I guess it sounded like more than one person was talking, honestly. So yeah, seems like there was quite a few jerks. Most of the kids' media experiences with Korean and Japanese events, as I said, after that dedicated time, photogs are left to their own devices to get the best pics. Yeah, it seems like, if they had a better angle, maybe they would have shut the hell up. Maybe they wouldn't have. Maybe they're just complete jerks. I'm trying to censor myself. With this context, Stray Kids did attempt to show love to all sides of the photographers. Right, they went all different directions. The Met Gala carpet by staggering themselves, so 4 members were more forward toward one side of the cameras and then turning around. Right. True. While the photographers knew Stray Kids were a K-pop act, members Bang Chan and Felix grew up in Australia. Seungmin spent some time living in LA, assuming that an English comment would slide past them, including, "What's Korean for right?" which elicited laughs from the paps. Incredibly close-minded. I'm assuming they also didn't know who the hell they were. That's just an assumption, because not once did they mention the name. Korean artists have been attending the Met Gala for over a decade, with guests like Shyy, yeah, of course. Sowan of Super Junior attended more than 10 years ago, more recently seeing the likes of Blackpink's Jennie coming for her second Met Gala this year. Whether the comments were heard or not, Stray Kids moved with grace and poise on the carpet, and their presence alone reminds us of the importance of inviting and embracing different cultures, people, and perspectives. The Met Gala invites tons of random people, too. Like, you'll see people show up to there, and you're like, wait, what? Why are they there? As they continue to break boundaries and challenge norms, Stray Kids can show us they won't just make waves in the music industry, but help reshape long-held perceptions and inspire greater change. Stray Kids, ZeeNunew and Felix are polar opposites, but their friendship is reflective of true brotherhood. Unlikely pairing is too sweet. The last episode of Stray Kids series 2 Kids Room has been released. This was 2 years ago, with ZeeNunew and Felix as their final pairing. These two are total opposites, whether it be their personality, preferences, humor code, or thought process. Despite how opposite they are, Felix and ZeeNunew share a deep friendship and are the most comfortable when they're around each other. While the two aren't the type to talk much, they often find themselves chatting and spending their free time with each other. Even went out at 7 a.m. once to grab pork backbone stew together. I've definitely had those nights where you just randomly go. You either stay up all night and then you go get breakfast, or you just go randomly to like a diner or something like that. Even though they can't remember many of their conversations very well, it's because most of the time they're just at peace in each other's presence. Fellow members Ayan and Changbin shared how Felix and ZeeNunew, despite their opposite tendencies, are similar in that they're both soft-hearted and cat-like, even if ZeeNunew puts up a strong front. Han also added that ZeeNunew treats Felix nicer than he treats the rest of the Stray Kids. ZeeNunew is the kind of person who loves to tease those he loves and doesn't hesitate to be savage, while he's usually a tsundere? I don't even know what that word is. Caring for his members in subtle ways. ZeeNunew is more openly considerate towards Felix. ZeeNunew and Felix's relationship goes beyond just being close friends. Felix considers ZeeNunew to be like a true older brother to him, someone he can rely on and learn from. Quote, something I'm sure about is that whenever I spend a lot of time with you, that's when I learn the most about how to live an easy life. It's awesome. Whenever Felix is having a hard time, turning to ZeeNunew always helps him and comforts him. ZeeNunew and Felix are proof that sometimes the best friendships form between those who are total opposites. That's awesome. Actually, you know what? That's kind of ideal because that means you're going to have a hell of a lot to talk about because you've experienced life differently, you're into different things, etc. That just kind of lends itself to just an unbelievable amount of conversation. ZeeNunew also helped Felix when learning Korean. That's awesome. Thunder means cold on the outside, nice and warm on the inside. Okay. All right. Warm-hearted. Very nice, very nice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a great first episode. It was very funny. Extremely funny. And it is weird that more Western artists aren't trying to emulate that or, take it as inspiration. Do something similar. Clearly it's working. That had 10 million views. That video had 10 million views. Like, if anything, that's just going to make people relate to you more, like you more. Maybe they're more inclined to show up to your tour because, they find you entertaining, not just listening to your music, but they actually like your show or your videos. I've had like 10 of those views for each episode. Yeah. I mean, those are good. Those are very good. The replay quality is high. And they're short. They're short little snippets. They're easy to get in, get out of. And they're probably very easy to binge as well. Let's go ahead and hop into the last video of the day. It is ZeeNunew in Europe, work and travel. Let's keep the video like this, I'm assuming. and go ahead and hop in. It's been a minute since we saw some ZeeNunew. Hell yeah, dog. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Hello everyone, my name is Pyk Panit and my name is Space บ้างเปล่าอยู่นี่เรามาจากซุปเปอร์ซันครับ ไม่คิดว่าหนูจะพูดคำนี้แต่พูดแล้วก็ฝากด้วยครับซุปเปอร์ซันครับผมครับผมนี่หนูนิวอันนี้หนูซีครับผมตอนนี้เราจะ go inter
Do I need closed captioning on this?
ไกลกว่าที่ยังไม่เคย
Is that
ไปเป็น
possible?
ครั้งแรกในชีวิตเลย
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's go back.
Hello everyone, my name is Pyk
There we go.
and my name is Space บ้างเปล่า
I love how long it took me to realize that.
ไม่คิดว่าหนูจะพูดคำนี้แต่พูดแล้วก็ฝากด้วยครับซุปเปอร์
Like,
ซัน
no, I've seen enough ZeeNunew. I know.
นี่หนูนิว
I know a new language.
ครับผมตอนนี้เราจะ go inter เราจะ go inter ที่ไกลกว่าที่ยังไม่เคยไปเป็นครั้งแรกในชีวิตเลยครับใช่เราไปถึงเราค่อยบอกดีกว่าวันนี้เราแบบเรียกน้ำย่อยนะครับผมครับครั้งนี้ก็จะเป็นการไปเหมือน work and travel เลยคล้ายๆแต่ว่าไป work แค่นิดเดียวครับส่วนใหญ่ไป travel จะมากกว่าใช่เราก็จะไป work แล้วก็จะไปเที่ยวกันเป็นครั้งแรกด้วยแต่ว่าตอนนี้ได้เวลาต้องไปขึ้นเครื่องแล้วครับเราไปขึ้นเครื่องดีกว่าโอเค let's go เฮ้ยทำไมพอยิ้มมาตาบวมๆแต่พอไม่ยิ้มมันก็ปกตินะโอเค let's go เป็นแบบดอลลี่อายแบบตาบวมไม่บวมอันนี้แค่ยิ้มเฉยๆนะไม่ต้องไปแล้ว
Trip's canceled.
Bye. I'm here. New in Rome ตอนนี้นะครับผม
What's up, Slayer Kitty?
เราก็ถึงแล้วเราลงมาเรา transfer ต่อไปอาบูดาบีนะครับเพื่อมาถึงกรุงโรมนะครับใช่กรุงโรมนะครับผมไม่ใช่กรุงเทพนะครับผมใช่นี่คือ first time check in หลังจากที่เรานั่งรถมาเกือบชั่วโมงแล้วหนูเขาบอกว่าอากาศดีเขาบอกว่าฝนจะตกไม่ใช่หรอเลยให้เราไม่เขาบอกว่าตอนเช้าเนี่ยตอนณเวลาเนี่ยอากาศดีแต่เดี๋ยว2 วันนี้ฝนจะตกครับผมเขาเลยอยากให้แวะก่อนเข้าที่พักเนี่ยลืมชื่อเลยหนูชื่ออะไรนะชื่อเซนต์แองเจิลอะไรนะคัสเซิลเซนต์แองเจิลแคสเซิลใช่ครับผมตอนนี้นะครับผมแล้วตอนนี้ตอนเช้าอยู่ยังไม่เปิดประมาณเกือบ 9 โมงตอนนี้ก็จะมีแม่น้ำ
Here comes a river.
สวยมากยุโรปมากสวยมากที่นี่หิวแล้วอ่ะอยากกินข้าวที่นี่แล้วอ่ะบรรยากาศดีเยอะดิเยอะ
Definitely a Coliseum.
ดูขันไหมชี้ข้างนอกจะเป็นน้องป้าย
Gosh, Rome is beautiful, isn't it?
นี่เราเข้ามาใน
Stonework is just
น่าจะ
unbelievable.
ได้ถูกนะครับผมเป็นสถานที่สำคัญของโรมนะครับผมสวยมากนี่ประติมากรรมรูปแบบใหม่ที่เคลื่อนไหวได้ประติมากรรมหัวริมๆเขาบอกว่าเข้ามาแล้วก็บอกว่าให้ถอดหมวกได้ครับโนแคปนี่ก็ไม่คิดในใจไม่ได้ยกมือถือเข้ามาแคปอะไรท่าหน่อยอ๋อแคปหมวกนะครับต้องถอดหมวกผมก็เลยเป็นโซนนี้กันเดี๋ยวจะเก็บอินเสิร์ตภาพสวยไปให้ทุกคนได้ชมภาพอะไรนะสวยๆอยู่แสดง
Oh, good transition.
ถึงแล้วนะครับเวนิส Yes เขาบอกว่าที่นี่
I've always wanted to go to Venice.
วอเตอร์แท็กซี่บ้านเขาคือแบบว่าเป็นเรือเลยใช่เป็นเรือแท็กซี่ที่นี่จะไม่มีแท็กซี่หรือมีถนนให้ซ่อมแซมนะครับเราต้องนั่งเรือไปแต่ละสถานที่ใช่ครับผมตอนนี้ก็เรากำลังจะขึ้นเรือลำนี้บอกเลยอย่างเฮียไม่ต้องใช้วอเตอร์แท็กซี่ไม่ต้องใช้ลงไปเลยนี่ว่ายน้ำสบายลงไปสิลงไปแล้วไม่ได้กลับเลยยังกลับไทยอยู่นี่พี่ดิวนะครับพี่ดิวเซฮายกล้องหน่อยนี่คนดูแล
You should go before it's underwater.
ตอนนี้
Yeah,
เราก็อยู่
I've been hearing about that.
ที่นครราชวาติกัน
ใช่เขาบอกว่าตรงนี้เป็นอีกประเทศหนึ่ง
มันเป็นประเทศอีกหนึ่งประเทศ
แผนให้ดู อันนี้คือคนที่มาต่อคิวนะครับ นี่ทุกคนเดี๋ยวให้ดูวิวกันเป้ารอบนึงอันนี้คือหลังจากขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆสูงมากๆนะครับผมเข้ามาก็มาเจอพื้นที่แห่งนี้สวยมากแบบดีอ่ะอารมณ์เหมือนแบบว่าราชวงศ์
Royal vibe gondola
สบายครับผมอากาศจะหนาวนะครับ
ตอนนี้เราก็
อยู่ที่เรือดำจริงๆอยากจะบอกอย่างหนึ่งว่าเรือดำเป็นสีดำขอบคุณแม่หนูเรือดำเป็นสีดำครับถูกต้องครับผม
อันนี้เขาเรียกว่าเรือกอนโดล่านะครับ
จำได้ไหมตอนที่เราเคยไปญี่ปุ่นก็มีนะที่นั่งปั่นเป็ดกันเราพูดถึงการนั่งเรือแบบว่า
อันนั้นที่ไหนไม่แน่ใจญี่ปุ่นหรือเกาหลี
แล้ววันนี้เราก็ได้มานั่งกินครับผมฟังมาแล้ว
That's an incredible shirt Z's wearing.
แล้วเมื่อกี้เหมือนบอกว่าคนที่พายเรือเนี่ยต้องใส่เสื้อลายเห็นไหมครับที่เสื้อลายครับและหนูก็ใส่เสื้อ
เอาหนูเป็นคนขับปะเนี่ยว่ะ
He's an off-duty gondolier.
ได้นะเข้าคอนเซปต์เลยเนี่ยเหมือนกันเป๊ะเลยงง
จริงๆ
ไม่ได้นัด
เราบอกเขาแล้วเดี๋ยวผ่านในซอกแซกนี้ครับผมเราก็จะเจอทะเลอันกว้างขวางเราก็จะดำน้ำดิ่งลงไปครับผม
That's so cool.
ครับตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กันอีกหนึ่งสถานที่แลนด์มาร์คของเวนิสนะครับก็คือสะพานที่ไหนสักแห่งหนึ่งในเมืองผมไม่รู้เหมือนกันแต่ว่าเหมือนสถานที่เขาจะใช้แบบเวลาดูซันเซ็ตด้วยแล้วตรงนี้เห็นแม่น้ำชันมากเห็นทั้งเมืองเลยให้ดูวิว
วันนี้เรามาซิตติ้งนะครับผมเพื่อที่เราจะเดินพรมแดงในวันงานซีนเฟสที่เวนิสนะครับผม
งานพรุ่งนี้ครับตอนนี้ตอนเช้าใช่เราไปฟิตติ้งกันเถอะร้านอยู่ตรงนี้เองเดี๋ยวเขาถามเลย
ตอนนี้ก็ถึงเวลาลองเสื้อผ้านะครับเป็นแบรนด์ของไทยอิตาลีที่ทางซีนเฟสของไทยอิตาลีได้อยากให้เราใส่เพื่อไปออกงานซีนเฟสตรงนี้จะมาดูกันว่า
ready for
เสื้อผ้าของประเทศเป็นไงตอนนี้มันก็ฟิตติ้งอยู่นะครับ
อันนี้เป็นชุดแรกเป็นชุดสำหรับตอนกลางคืนสีขาวแต่ว่าวันนี้กางเกงหลวมมากกินก็เยอะนะหลวมนะ
Good looking suit.
ละเอียดมากมันนูเกลือเลย
ถึงตาผมฟิตติ้งแล้วครับทุกคนตอนนี้ก็กำลังวัดไซส์
Got the tux shirt.
เข้ารูปเพื่อให้ออกมาดูสมาร์ทที่สุดทางแบรนด์เขาแนะนำนะครับผมรูปแบบจัดเต็มแล้วก็ใส่ดูทางการหน่อยแล้วก็จะตามเข้าไปก่อนถ้ามีโอกาสข้างหน้าอาจจะไปแต่งตามสไตล์ตัวเองที่อยากจะเดินแต่วันนี้เราก็แมทช์รูปกับทางแบรนด์นะครับมาดูกันว่าจะเท่ขนาดไหน
Tailor the shirt.
เขาบอกว่า C แปลว่าโอเคครับผมเขามีแบบ C ใครเรียกหน่อย C โอเคนะครับผมรู้สึกว่าได้ลองให้แบบเข้ารูปแล้วก็ชอบทีเชิ้ตมาก
Film festival
แต่สิ่งที่รู้สึก
outfits.
ว่าชอบในดิเมนของการแต่งตัว
Looks
คือ
good.
รองเท้ามีความแบบเงามากพัดเงา
อีกหนึ่งลุคนะครับเป็นลุคที่รีแลกซ์ขึ้นเป็นลุคตอนกลางวันเนี่ยใส่ผ้าใบน่ารักนะชุดนี้น่ารักครับมันมีความหล่อด้วยน่ารักด้วยชอบชุดนี้
That looks so 80s. What Nunu is wearing.
เปลี่ยนชุดอะไรนะเสื้อเป็นสีนาวีรู้สึกว่านาวีวันดูเลิฟขึ้นนะครับผม
siamo diventati
เสร็จแล้วครับ2 ชุด2 ชุดในนะครับผมแบรนด์นี้จะเป็นแบรนด์ที่ดังมากๆในอิตาลีเลยนะครับชื่อแบรนด์อ่านยาก
Brunello Cucinelli
ใช่ครับก็ขอบคุณทางแบรนด์มากนะครับที่ได้จัดเซต2 ชุดให้เรานะครับไปดูรูปในพวกนี้ถ้าแต่งผมแต่งหน้านะครับผมจะเป็นยังไงจะจัดเต็มขนาดไหนเจอกันพรุ่งนี้เราดูพรุ่งนี้ครับ
I guess you don't really know how the outfit's going to turn out until you actually get to the event. See what other people are wearing.
ไล่เสร็จแล้วครับผมก็ตั้งใจในการทำผมมากอยากออกมาในลุคที่ตัวเองชอบแล้วก็ตัวเองมั่นใจไม่รู้ว่าทุกคนจะชอบไหมถูกใจทุกคนไหมขอแค่ผมถูกใจทุกคนก็พอแล้วเป็นกำลังใจด้วยนะครับหน้าฉ่ำไหมครับวันนี้หมายถึงว่าหน้าหม่ำหรือเปล่าครับ
วันนี้ก็จะเป็นการเดินพรมแดงที่ต่างประเทศครั้งแรกเลยนะครับเราเดินที่เวนิสด้วยตื่นเต้นมากเมื่อคืนและเมื่อกี้ด้วยครับก็ดู
Unbelievable
ว่าเขาเดินไปยังไงแล้วก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะ
That's just unbelievable. Can't believe it. With the amount of times I zoom in on the subscribe button over and over and over. And to be a regular too, unreal. I'm kidding.
เดินเสร็จแล้วครับเมื่อกี้เดินผมแดงเรียบร้อยแล้วตอนนี้อยู่ข้างบนอยู่ในงานข้างบนนะครับ
ใช่ศิลปินแบบดารามากมายรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากรู้สึกแบบว่าโหมายืนตรงนี้ได้ไงมาเดินพรมแดงได้ไงนะครับผมประทับใจมากๆสำหรับการมาเวนิสครั้งนี้แล้ว
It looks like a nice trip.
ดีใจดีใจ
Obviously a beautiful event here.
ไทยมาแบบว่าเวนิสหลายๆเรื่องเลยจะร้องสวยมากนี่ทุกคนโอ้โหปราสาทเหมือนปราสาทดิสนีย์นะครับสวยมากคือดีเทลเยอะมากจริงมันสามารถเข้าไปแล้ว
Oh. Not my AirPod dying.
ไปแล้วก็ชมข้างในได้แล้วข้างบนก็จะเป็นรูปท็อป
I thought I paused the video
มี
too.
สีใช่ไหมฮะสีอ่อนกับสีเข้มมีสีเดียวแก้ให้หน่อยสิ
มันมีหลายสีมันมีสีเขียวด้วยเห็นไหมนู่น
ใช่นี่เลยครึ่งนึงเลยนั่นเหลืองเข้มกับเหลืองอ่อน
Shout out to Megan. You went to Milan? Oh man, it was probably gorgeous.
และตอนนี้เราก็กำลังจะ
All these old world cities. Stunning
กำลั
architecture.
งถ่ายโฟโต้ชูตอีกหนึ่งลุคนึง
Look at
นะ
the
ครับ
paved
ที่
roads.
ในเมืองปารีสเลย
Paris
ครับตอนนี้ก็เห็นไหมวิวสะพานใหญ่มากนี่อีกลุคนึงของเรานะครับจริงๆมีเสื้อคลุมอีก1 ตัวนะถึงทุกคนน่าจะได้เห็นโอเคข้ามถนนก่อนฉันก็ชักสงสัยและก็ไม่รู้สักวันว่าใครฉันก็แค่รับรู้ว่าเธอต้องจะไม่ฟังไม่ไกลเจอกี่ครั้งเคยต้องเถียงกันชัวร์ๆขอเธอแค่ก็จนพบกัน
อยู่งานแฟนมิทติ้งนะครับหนูไปไหนอ๋อหนูไปติด
จะติด อินเดียครับเป็นแฟน
หนูไปติด
ครับ
ต้องไปต่อแล้ว
เอาแล้วนี่ได้เลยอ่ะเฮียพูดต่อเลย
อย่าพูดต่อเลยครับเดี๋ยวหนูไปติดอินเดียนะครับผมแต่เฮีย
Oh
อินไป
really?
ครับเป็นครั้งแรกของเรา
That's
สอง
awesome.
คนที่มาแฟนมิทติ้งที่ยุโรปนะครับผมก็ตื่นเต้นมาก
ในหูมีเปิดเพลง
ๆชิคา
เพลง
โก
ภาษา
ใช่ไหม
ภาษาไม่รู้อ่ะ
ลองเฮียลองชิคาโก
มันโอ๊ย
แล้วเจอกันฟอยติงชิคาโก
Bonjour. Je m'appelle Nunew. Je m'appelle Cypre. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Ngomong sama. Sama bin.
You touch their hands. That's so cool. Oh. So neat.
Hello, everybody, put your hands up.
ถึงเวลาต้อง back home แล้วครับ back to Thailand แล้ว
กลับบ้านเกิดเรานะครับ
I love the idea of the fan base. So interesting.
เยอะไม่ได้เจอหนูเลยหนูว่ายน้ำกลับอ่ะหรือโดนฉลามง่ามไปก่อน
Tenez la main courante. Escalator move.
สำหรับ
เอาจริงประมาณกี่วัน8
เรา8-90 ภายใน3นี้นะครับ
10กันยาเป็นวันเกิดผมครับไม่เกี่ยว
One of those is right. 8, 9, or 10.
รู้สึกว่าเวลาก็ผ่านไปไวเหมือนกัน
ใช่ไวมากแล้วไปอิตาลีไปมา3เมืองเลยไปโรมไปเวนิสแล้วก็ไปมิลานแล้วก็มาฝรั่งเศสครับก็เป็นทริปที่เหมือนมาเที่ยวมากกว่าด้วยซ้ำเพราะว่าทำงาน
รู้สึกว่าตั้งแต่ดูมาดีมาเนี่ยคลิปเนี่ยคือเที่ยวเต็มๆแบบจริง
ชอบนะชอบที่นี่มากเลย
ๆการที่มาแฟนมีตติ้งทุกคนเอนจอยมากเลยใหญ่มากนะครับผม
ชอบที่เขาแบบใช่เขาแบบอย่างนี้ครับ
ให้กำลังใจ
หรือคอยเชียร์หรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยเขาจะส่งมาผ่านเชียร์เป็นวิธีใหม่เป็นแบบแอคชั่นแบบใหม่ที่เราไม่รู้นะครับ
เราไปทำที่ไทยมาไทยเขาบอกว่า
เขาจะอะไรไหม
เขาจะอะไรกันด้วยเท้าแล้วตอนที่เขาทำกันทั้งห่อครับผม
สะเทือนเลยแต่ว่า
ว่าแผ่นดินไหวตอนแรกผมเกิดอะไรขึ้นจะทำทำไม
แต่มันอิมแพกมาก
เรา
เล
ก็เลย ยทำสูตรอิมแพกอะไรเราอยู่ปารีสอยู่ฝรั่งเศสว่าอิมแพก
Yeah, right? Real vacation's like a month.
มันอิมแพก
หลังจากนี้มีโอกาสที่จะได้มาที่ยุโรปอีกก็อยากจะมาเยอะๆเลย
รู้สึกสนุกแฮปปี้มากๆครับผมแล้วก็ได้เจอแฟนคลับ
I know all of us could go for, 8 to 10 days of a nice vacation. That would be quite
ข
nice.
อบคุณมากๆแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับผมที่คอยซัพพอร์ต
If I ever did that, my email inbox from work would be atrocious.
ถือทำไม
จะช่วยถือเฉย
Just the weekend, it gets bad.
ๆนี่
อ๋อลืมเลย
อย่าบังคับให้หนูใส่นะครับ
อย่างนี้ไม่ดีละ
รอเลยหนูใส่เองจะบอกว่าแล้วครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งแรกด้วยที่เราจะนั่ง
All I can think of coming back on Monday is why are you sending emails on the weekend? You should be enjoying your family or something. All right, got a croissant going. Sausage, eggs, some sort of latte, maybe.
ขึ้นมาแล้วนะครับเฟิร์สคลาสสวยมากเลย
Dang.
ที่หนูเอาเกือบเล่นไปแล้ว
Now that's traveling.
ก็เดี๋ยวเราจะเดินทางไปที่ดูไบก่อนเพื่อทานเฟอร์นะครับผมเปลี่ยนเพื่อนนะครับเจอกัน
จะกลับบ้านแล้วว่าคลิปนี้พูดในรายการเขาว่าก็ขอโทษทุกคนด้วยนะครับถ้าเกิดว่าเราถ่ายน้อยกันไปนิดนึงก็อยาก
ว่า
จะ
เราเสพดื่มด่ำความสุขกับสถานที่บรรยากาศ
ดื่มด่ำบรรยากาศอยู่กับเพลินไปหน่อยเลยลืมถ่ายไปเยอะเลยครับ ก็ถ่ายมาที่นึกออกนั่นแหละครับไปเจอกันที่ไทยนะครับ
เดี๋ยวไปเจอกันที่ไทย
ในทางสวัสดิภาพนะครับพวกเรา
นี่คืออวยพรตัวเองเดินทางเข้าสู่
Hilarious.
ไป
Let's go
Dang, that is a nice first class.
อดใจไว้ไม่ไหวขอเธอน่ารักขนาดนั้นแบบไม่รักก็ไม่ได้แล้วเพราะเธอสนใจทำอะไรก็คิดถึงเธอซะมากมายก็ใจมันวิ่งจะให้นิ่งได้ที่ไหนคงไม่เคยก็เลยต้องยอมให้เปิดใจรักก็อดใจไว้ไม่ไหวขอเธอน่ารักขนาดนั้นแบบไม่รักก็ไม่ได้แล้วเพราะเธอสนใจ
เรามาจากโอ้นะครับผม
Gosh, that looks so fun. I am so jealous. Oh my gosh. throwing that a like. Link down below in the YouTube description for the original video. Go throw it some love. Good grief. Sign me up for that trip. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my god, I am forever jealous. Let's go ahead and bring up some articles on ZeeNunew. See what we got here. The cast of The Next Prince so far. Since filming, they were flying Emirates, very high class. Yeah. I've seen a few videos of like the most expensive first class or like international flights typically have the best first class. Emirates definitely. The ones that have like your own bathroom, your own shower even, like those are crazy. Like they make your bed, like you have an actual bed in there and stuff. Oh my gosh. That is a whole different level. It's unbelievable. Since filming has reached Q20 by now, and I've been keeping note of all characters and actors anyway, and I might as well share this. All name romanizations. All name romanizations are taken from the English translation. What the hell is that word? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Are taken from the English translation of the novels and might change for the official series release. Obviously, Nunu, Z as well. Jimmy Karn. Chris. Obviously, I have no idea what the story is or the characters. I probably have to read like a wiki for it or something. I appointed you as my trusted confidant out of fondness. The pilot, as Charon, at some point holds the same position as Kanin, as Peitai does to Ramel. The term used here subbed as trusted confidant. Kind of interesting. Obviously, there's still a bit of mystery to it, I suppose. Happy 4th anniversary to my favorite play fighting gremlins, lovebirds. It's hilarious. U.S. carriers first class don't come close to what some of the international ones do. Absolutely. Not going to try to pronounce their names. Absolutely not. I make myself look foolish enough, okay? I don't need to add to it. November 15th, 2024. Sweet. Oh, that looks like a nice place. Where the heck is that? That looks like so many people. A ton of people. Partners under the sea all day. Wow, that person can't even walk properly anymore. Give 3 amusement parks. House. I'm dead. Oh my gosh. Foods that are spicy. Z. Those answers are amazing. Holy crap. It's Princess Diaries meets faking dating trope. Interesting. Does this man have a quota or something? Yeah, it's just quick answers real quick. Bonus. Someday if I have time, I will come and stream the game. I want to watch it. This game, I like it when you stream. Whenever you scream, I love you. ZeeNunew in their honeymoon eras.
ว่าพี่ซีเราเป็นคนตัดสินใจที่เลือกแต่ว่าณวันนี้รู้สึกว่าเลือกถูกแล้วที่เลือกคนนี้
โคตรถูกเลยครับ ใช้คำว่า
ไม่เขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะไม่เสียใจเลยไม่มีอะไรที่เรารู้สึกว่าเสียใจที่เลือกน้องคนนี้มาเป็นแบบอยู่ด้วยเราแล้วก็แบบเดินทางด้วยเราณจุดนี้เรารู้สึกแฮปปี้มากๆครับผม
อยากบอกอะไรพี่ซีนะเพราะว่าถ้าไม่มีเขาเลือกเราวันนั้นเราอาจจะไม่ได้
บ้ามีถึงไม่เป็นผมน้องก็ดัง
ไม่รู้หรอกก็ถ้าวันนั้นไม่ได้คู่กับเฮียผมก็ไม่รู้เขาว่าวันนี้ผมจะเป็นยังไงบ้างจะแบบจะได้มาเล่นซีรีส์ไหมหรือว่าจะได้ทำงานแบบนี้ไหมอะครับก็ขอบคุณเฮียนะที่เป็นพลิกลิขิตตั้งแต่แรกครับรักเฮียมากๆเลยอ้าวบอกไม่ได้เหรอก็บอกอยู่ประจำไม่ใช่เหรอ
มันไม่ชินสื่อเยอะเห็น
ว่าจะมี
Oh, dang. Caught him off guard.
แฮปปี้นิวเยียร์ครับบอกเลยว่าชิ้นนี้อาจจะไม่มีมูลค่ามากแต่เฮียตั้งใจเลือกมากเพราะว่าเฮียรู้ว่ามันน่าจะเหมาะกับหนูมากๆและเฮียเชียร์แฮปปี้นิวเยียร์ครับบอกเลยว่าชิ้นนี้อาจจะไม่มีมูลค่ามากแต่เฮียตั้งใจเลือกมากเพราะว่าเฮียรู้ว่ามันน่าจะเหมาะกับหนูมากๆและเฮียเชียร์มากๆสิ่งนี้
ได้เลยกองใหญ่มากหนูกลับไปเปิดที่บ้านนะตอนนี้หนักเลยขอบคุณครับเฮียหนูจะกลับไปเปิดที่บ้าน
ได้
ให้เลย
ชอบไม่ชอบเดี๋ยวว่ากันถ้าไม่ชอบซื้อให้ใหม่ถ้าไม่ชอบซื้ออื่น
ไม่เอาของขวัญ
Obviously, those are auto translated.
อันนี้ดีหนูกลับไปเปิดที่บ้านครับ
So they're iffy.
ถึงบ้านครับก็มาดูดีกว่าว่าเฮียให้อะไรอยากรู้แล้วเขียนแต่กล่องนี้หนักมากเลยครับ
Giving each other New Year's gifts. That's a big gift. Yeah, that was flirting on main. Big time. There's a meme inside. This auto-translate, it's hilarious. That was an amp? That looks like an amplifier. Oh, okay. Microphone. Cool, cool. For his singing? Nice. Honestly, he looks younger. So I'm not surprised this is like 2 years old. Or almost 2 years. Dang, that looks heavy duty. I'm just imagining having this in the apartment and just completely annoying the neighbors, getting noise complaints.
วันนี้เพิ่งบอกเฮียไปเองว่าถ้าเกิดว่าหนูมีไมค์อยู่ที่บ้านอย่างเงี้ยสรุปก็คือร้องเพลงทั้งวันแน่ๆแล้วเฮียซื้อนี้มาให้พอดีเลยเฮียเหมือนเฮียรู้เลยอ่ะวันนี้เพิ่งคุยกับเฮียไปเองอ่ะว้าว
I mean, if you had one of those in your place, you're putting on a concert.
อุ้ยขอบคุณนะเฮียขอบคุณมากๆเลยครับหนูได้ใช้แน่ๆแต่ว่าแอบเขินเหมือนกัน ถ้าลองแล้วเสียงดังลั่นบ้านเงี้ยโอ้ยแต่มันยิ่งใหญ่อยู่นะเห็นบอกว่าชิ้นเล็กๆไงไหนบอกว่ามัน
It'd be music to my ears.
ใหญ่มากก็ว่าแล้วหนักอะไรขอบคุณมากๆเลยครับ
Oh, I just pictured in my head having something like that in the apartment and then like drinking and getting more and more drunk throughout the night and just the singing gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh gosh.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวเรื่องตั้งแต่คืนนี้แหละ
Like the worst kind of karaoke ever.
นั่นแหละเฮียไม่ต้องกลัวหนูไม่ชอบ
No.
เลยเฮียบอก
Lucky neighbors? Yeah, that's true. His voice, absolutely.
เฮียว่ากลัวหนูไม่ชอบ
My neighbors would call the cops.
เฮียอยากบอกเฮียว่าไม่ว่าเฮียจะให้อะไรหนูหรือว่าไม่ให้อ่ะไม่ว่าจะให้อะไรหนูก็ชอบอยู่แล้วใช่ชอบทุกอย่างที่เฮียให้นั่นแหละทุกอย่างที่เฮียเคยให้หนูก็เก็บไว้ทุกอย่างเลยตั้งแต่ของชิ้น
Everything he ever gave me, I kept.
จะเก็บไว้อย่างดีเลยแล้วหนูก็จะใช้ด้วยขอบคุณมากๆเลยครับแกะเรียบร้อยแล้วชอบมากเลยครับ
Honestly, it's great that it's unwrapped already.
เฮียนะเฮียปีใหม่นี้เฮียกลับบ้านใช่ไหมกับเชียงรายขอให้สนุกนะครับแล้วก็เราจะกลับมาลุยกันต่อปีหน้าขอให้ปีหน้าปังๆเลยเย้ ขอบคุณสำหรับไม้นะครับ
It's adorable. It's adorable. That's lovely. Zeeprook, first single. I'm assuming that's December 4th, right? Coming soon. Mike, who's Mike? Yeah, exactly. That auto translates just terrible. His first single's coming December 4th. Dang, that's only a couple days. Whoa. All right. Honestly, the first time I looked at this, I'm like, April 12th. Because in the US, we do it that way. I was like, oh, it's already out. Like, wait, what? Why am I? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Should I attempt these names? Maybe. You can do it. We've been waiting since 1 year. Really? Wow. Well, I'm hoping it's amazing. Single. Sharon? Sharon? Pitak Diva? Diva! Pitak Deva? Young Master Kanin? Who's this diva? I don't know. Well, apparently it's Z. Someone think it's Nunu. Some thinks it's Z. Not sure. Jimmy Karn as Young Master Rommel. Heir of House. Oh gosh. Pukin Fasut. Pukin Fasut. I'm done. I'm struggling so bad here. Oh my gosh. What's going on, Megan? Welcome in. Oh my god. This is just... I don't even know where to start here. Let's be honest. I was having fun. That is not fun for me. I'm just feeling embarrassed at this point. I want to look up, see if I can find anything on... Let's go... See if I can find it. What do we got? Here we go. Here's what you missed today. This is from May 9th, 2022? That's not even today. Come on now. X doing me wrong. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is... Wait a minute. Wait, why am I seeing 7 hours ago here? That's so weird. I took one URL and then posted it to the other, and I'm seeing 7 hours ago here. I'm seeing 2022 here. It's the same link. What happened? Like I went back in time. Here we go. Here we go. Today, Z's second concept video in the name of his single Super Secret was released. ZeeNunew flew to Japan to get ready for his concert. Oh, damn. For fourth.
จริตมากกว่านี้ลูก
There you go. December 12th. Or, excuse me, December 4th. And that looks like a feast. Super Sun was yesterday. Today, our boys had their Siam Discovery event. The second concept photo for his single was released. Currently filming Q21 of the next Prince overnight in Thailand. Enjoy the update, Zanzan, and happy Thanksgiving to any of you who celebrate. Popping bubbles. Santa? Who brought Santa?
เหงาดีครับเมื่อก่อนอาจจะต้องอยู่บ้านเหงาๆนิดนึงไม่นอนก็หาอะไรทำครับแต่ว่ามีคนเขาดาวด้วยแล้วก็ดีครับแฮปปี้ดี
On the 3rd and it's sold out. Wow.
อยากไปเดทที่ชิบูย่าเอาเพลงครับเพลง
That's not surprising. Seeing a little bit of the first one, it's a lot. It is a lot. It is non-subbed. We're just going through it. Epson, I can read that. Know what that is. Sustainable Christmas tree. Foot Locker. Notice that. There's a little bit of English in here. Photo collage. Oh yeah, that is the new hair color. Cool. They got things going for them. Dang. They are so busy. So busy. And that's a good thing. It's Christmas time indeed. For the matching color scheme and everything. How many years have you counted down together? Probably 18 years. Just kidding, it's 4. How's it feel to have someone to count down with? Not lonely anymore. I used to stay home and feel a little lonely, but having someone to count down with is nice. That is true. That is a great point. I don't know if you've ever done this. Probably you have, at least at some point in your life. During New Year's, the countdown or whatever, oof, if you're alone for that, I remember one year I took a shot of tequila as soon as it went into the new year. That was my, little celebration, but just watching the countdown on television or whatever, it was so sad. It was so sad. Oh my gosh. Brutal. His Highness has disappeared, sir. I will rush out to find him as soon as possible. Stay in the palace for now. Oh, that looks stunning. Oh my gosh. That is gorgeous. Wow. I don't know where that is, but dang. Me this Christmas? Oh, I've been through that. I can't remember if I've been through that for Christmas. Probably not Christmas, but I've definitely done it for Thanksgiving. I've been alone on my birthday a couple times. That's been rough. New Year's, pretty rough. I mean, especially the TV coverage. Instantly, as soon as it hits midnight, you just see a bunch of people like making out, and they just like zoom in on them. And you're just like, all right, come on now. Do we have to rub it in people's faces? Come on. It's crazy. The zoom ins are like tight too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they are running all over the place. My birthday is fine, but it's my first time to be alone this Christmas. Well, what day is Christmas? Question is, what day is Christmas? Obviously, it's the 25th, but what day of the week? It's a Wednesday. Maybe that week I move the stream to Wednesday. We do a Monday and Wednesday. That'd be kind of cool. That way it's available if you need it. 3-4 hours of some entertainment. You won't be alone. I'll be here. It'll be pre-recorded, but you get what I mean. I've been asleep around 10 on New Year's Eve for years now, and I'm only 30. Yeah. I typically try to stay up for it, but it's weird because I'm not in the Eastern time zone. So I get to like see New York celebrate, and they, have fun or whatever. So all the national shows that, are really big in the US all happen on the East Coast, New York. So if you're anywhere else in the country, you're just watching the New York and you're like, still have an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours to go. So by the time, your time comes around, everything's already been done and there's like no television shows for it. It's really weird. It's very strange. That first year getting used to that was weird. Gotta rep your own merch. Right? Personally, I don't like it either. As I said, it's about personal space. What? The hotel has now provided the CCTV footage. Secretly filmed during private time? Everyone needs their own private zone. Oh, God. So somebody leaked, like, security footage of them in the hotel? Otherwise, we'll feel uneasy, even though we've done nothing wrong. No one ever has the right to intrude into anyone's life. True. I don't care how popular you are. That's crazy. Z got stalked? Someone filmed him from outside the gym. Not them in a hotel. Oh, this is footage for trying to figure out who did it. Gotcha. That's crazy. That is crazy. Although I gotta say, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. There's always going to be some people that take it too far. Obviously, being a public figure is, putting yourself out there, and the more popular you become, the more of a chance of this happening. I think pretty much every main actor or big star has had at least one stalker. Of course, they get threats of terrible kinds. Well, people showing up to their homes, doxing them, whatever. Like, it is brutal. But that's kind of the price of fame, I suppose, which is terrible, obviously, and it shouldn't happen. But, gosh, I guess it's just part of it. You just kind of expect it to happen. Brutal. I hate how he tries to make his warning light with a laugh because he doesn't want to be impolite even to a stalker. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Plus, you don't want to escalate it. Maybe the stalker is like really like unsafe, dangerous, etc. You don't know. So it's better to approach people with a very, I don't know, very white glove treatment, I guess they call it. Approach people with kindness. Maybe they won't act erratically, even though their entire action of stalking you is erratic. That is wild. It's too bad. That is really too bad. Jeez. That's brutal. Can't believe that. But I guess it's to be expected, unfortunately. Even gave the stalker the benefit of the doubt. Maybe a language barrier. Yeah, I mean, that's very nice of him, of course. That's extending an olive branch, right? You know, hoping the best. But, of course, when you're that big of a star, things can go sideways pretty quick. Because you don't know exactly what they're there for. Are they just there to get footage of you to post on social media? Are they there to cause you harm? Are they there to, you know, do something crazy to you? You don't know. You don't know. Still weird to film people in the gym, famous or not? Absolutely. Oh, gosh. That trend of people... I don't even like people filming themselves in the gym. That, to me, is weird because you're still filming... Like, you're still going to get other people in the shot. Unless you're just the only thing and you're in a corner, you know, and nobody else can see you. It's still... You're still filming other people. Is it a private space? Yeah, I guess, right? It's a public space... But it's a private company. Does that make... I mean, you're in public, technically. So I guess you kind of have no expectation of privacy if you're just being filmed in someone else's video in the gym. But it's still weird to, like, be on the outside filming somebody in the gym. Like, that's crazy. But I guess if you're in the gym, it's all right. But it's still weird to me. I don't like the idea of filming anywhere near a gym. Even if you're filming yourself, because you're going to get other people in the shot. And if you don't blur out their face, then you're just publishing them for no reason. Oh, gosh. People take it too far, unfortunately. That is a brutal fact of being famous. That was an excellent video, by the way. I wish I could go on that trip. That looked phenomenal. That looked absolutely amazing. All right, everybody. It has just been almost 4.5 hours. Can you believe that? Time flew by. Makes me think of what happened to Freen. She got filmed in her apartment kissing her secret boyfriend. What? Filmed in her apartment? Oh, God. Would they hop a fence to be able to do that? That's crazy. Oh, my gosh. That's foul. That is definitely foul. That's wild. In your own home. Like, there's no excuse for that at all. Like, none. If you're in a public space, I guess maybe there's a little bit of leniency there, you know? Maybe you're just a big fan that wants to get a shot and then upload it to social media or something. I get it. Maybe you're too afraid or too intimidated to go over there and ask for like a selfie or something. Fine. But in somebody's own apartment, like that takes hopping a fence. That's trespassing, everything. She had to apologize. Yeah, that's not surprising. Good grief. Oh, brutal. That is so bad. So, the moral of the story is be careful out there. There are some interesting folks. Be careful out there. All right, everybody. That brings us to the end of the stream. I thank you so much for joining. If you've joined the entire time, you're the best. I appreciate you. If you'd like to subscribe to the YouTube channel, I'd greatly appreciate it. Andy, thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel. I appreciate it. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. If you'd like to request your own videos, go ahead and do so. ToddReacts.com. Season and series tiers is how you do it. Follow the Twitch channel if you're watching live on Twitch or you want to watch live later to be a part of the chat. Chat's awesome. It's a great way to be interactive. If you have some insight you want to give, it's always appreciated. Join the Discord. Over 172, I think, at the moment. Members on there already, waiting for you to join. Join the conversation. Join the community. Lots of good stuff going on in there. Obviously, it alerts you to when I'm live and whatnot. I think you'll enjoy it tremendously. Check out the 173, someone new. All right, appreciate it. Let's actually, you know what? Do a shout out. I love how I'm in streamer mode, so it hides the actual name. Oh gosh, now I need to disable it. Oh gosh, I'm in streamer mode, so it just happens to Discord whenever you're live. So it literally just hides the entire name. Anyway, I guess I won't do that. But appreciate everyone joining. Actually, I'm about to post a peach right now. Boom. Doing that live. Boom. Thanks for everybody joining. I appreciate it. Discord is a lot of fun. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. It's L. Is that the entire name? L? Shout out to L. Or I. L or I. Lowercase L, uppercase I. Shout out. Thanks for joining the Discord via the live stream. That's awesome. Also, check out the merch. Winter collection available right now. Ships worldwide. Members of the website save 15% on every order. Lots of great items there. It doesn't take very long to ship because it's manufactured. They have plants all over the world, which is great, that manufactures the items. And yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's it. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Make it safe, make it fun, all that good stuff. Try something new, do something interesting, report about it in the Discord. We'll see you all in the Discord. Take care, everyone. Thanks for joining live. If you join live, if you're watching on YouTube, shout out to the YouTube folks. Appreciate you watching. Take it easy, everybody. I will catch you on Monday with a fresh new stream of member requested videos. Bye-bye, everybody.